It's cat time. Look at that guy. Look at that guy. I gotta fix the camera a little bit more, but... He's just a little guy. Look at him. Curbs. Psst, psst. Hi. What's up? Anyway, we're here. We're so back. We're so here. Yeah! All right. Oh, why is it shoved all the way down the side of the screen like that? Oh, I gotta fix everything because it's all set up for Baldur's Gate. Hold on. Somehow this doesn't feel right, but it's okay. I don't know, it looks like how it normally does. Okay. All right. Oh, that's what I forgot. I was gonna put it up. Hold on. Kirby! It's so yellow, I gotta fix it still. Look at him! Alright, that's fine. I'll get over it. Alright. Are we fucking ready, y'all? I'm gonna get my phone to see if it charges. My phone died on the way home, so I had to plug it in. There we go. Better, much better. Fucker just staring at me. Ugh. Ah! Kirby, what happened, dog? Why'd you do that? Ah! God damn, I hate this thing. I need to get a new chair, like, so bad. Oh, it's killing me. Okay. Okay. Oh, I hate when Snapchat does this shit. Just... There we go. Okay. Done. Let's do this. No turning back now, baby. It's getting real. And Kirby is grooming himself, I guess. All right. It's time, baby.
Good morning! Oh, are you by yourself?
Morning, Pearls. Oh, nope. That's not what I want.
Mr. Nick, please tell me what's going to happen to Mystic Maya.
I'm sorry. We don't know yet. The investigation is still going on, so I wasn't allowed in the inner temple.
Oh, I see. So is Sister Iris still trying to remove those trick locks in the training hall?
No, she's the defendant in this case, so she can't be at the inner temple. She's required to be here in court.
Then how come she's not here in the defendant's lobby?
I have to admit, it's kind of strange. If you're looking for Iris, she's in the prosecutor's lobby. Edgeworth, what's Iris doing over there? She's going over today's testimony with the prosecutor as we speak. Today's testimony? You heard me. Iris is going to be testifying as a witness for the prosecution. Wait, what? The prosecutor is squeezing her for confession, or so I heard. Francisca von Karma, what are you up to? I know what you're thinking, but Francisca is going to be the prosecutor today. Is it fucking Godot? Holy shit, is it Godot? I can't do this right now. Sexy man's gonna try to bring me down. No! I still don't even really know who the killer is at this point. Like, I'm just here for the ride at this point. Like, what's going on? I know what you're thinking, but Francisca isn't the prosecutor today. What? Then who is? Who else would it be but Godot? Godot? Francisca is engaged in some important work at the Sacred Cavern.
The Sacred Cavern? You don't mean that she's...
Exactly. She has been out there all night trying to remove those trick locks. She has a soft spot. She does! I knew it! With the head nun's assistance, naturally. We estimate that the last of the locks should be taken care of in about 3 hours. Hope everything continues to go smoothly and we receive some good news soon. Yeah, thanks, Edgeworth. Prosecutor Godot intends to nail this case shut today. Well, I have no choice. This is like... Is this the last day of the trial? I don't even remember anymore. I think I have like 2 days. Anyway. Who fucking cares? Be prepared to fight like there's no tomorrow. You don't have to tell me that. Touché. I can already see it in your eyes. You're not the same fever-ridden, frantic maniac you were yesterday. It's strange. On the way here, I decided that today would be the end of all of this. Almost immediately after I made that decision, I felt myself getting stronger. Interesting. Maybe you've passed your cold on to someone else, literally. And with that, I leave the rest in your capable hands, partner. Stop. They're besties. They're more than besties. They're so fruity. They're fruity. What do they mean by this? What did they mean by this? Thanks. I hate gay people. I'm kidding. I'm kidding. I am gay people, so. I still don't have the answers for most of the riddles plaguing this case. The circumstances around the murder of Miss Elise Donem. No, I mean Miss Misty Faye. The impossible flight Larry claims to have seen. And what that woman is really after. I will solve them all and bring this whole tragedy to an end. Whatever you fucking say, Phoenix. Okay, this is starting to annoy the piss out of me. I need to fix my part. I need to fix the part in my hair. It's literally annoying the shit out of me. There. Now it's even. Kirby, stop looking at me like that. I keep looking at myself in, like, the camera, and I'm like, this is annoying the shit out of me, because it's not even. There. You know what? It's fine enough for me. I don't care. It's not the most important thing we have to deal with right now. Court is now in session for the trial of Iris of Hazakura Temple. Your Honor, what are you... Who? Me? Well, my little brother came to visit me in my chambers earlier this morning. All of a sudden, in the blink of an eye, he developed a scorching fever and fainted. Who could have done that? How could that have happened? Oh, how did that happen? Therefore, I'll be standing in for him. I see, Your Honor. So they're brothers. That explains a lot. My poor brother, he looked a bit pale, not to mention sad that he couldn't be here. He's like, say less. This is impossible to predict what the future has in store for any of us. This is precisely why people feel the need to judge the past. And we of the court have been charged with the solemn duty of passing such judgment. Well said, Mr. Godot. I understood exactly what you said, at least up until the end anyway. Real. Now then, Mr. Godot, please proceed with your opening statement. Humans are fragile, fickle beings. Our hearts change with the shifting of the tides. There is only one thing that remains a constant in this crazy world. The bitter darkness that lies at the bottom of this mug. Whatever you say, dog. So then you mean, forget it. What do you mean? During yesterday's trial, the accused refused to admit her role in the crime. But today she has had a change of heart. Sister Iris of Hazakura Temple has a confession to make. Confession? The defendant? Iris, why didn't she discuss this with me first? I'm like literally lacking as my duty as your lawyer. Like, work with me here, dog. This court will now hear the defendant's confession. Iris, what the fuck is going on? Upon meeting a beautiful lady, always ask for her name and profession. That's one of my rules. My name is Iris. I am but a simple nun undergoing training at Hazakura Temple. Witness, is there something you want to confess to? Yes, but first I want to apologize to Mr. Wright. I can't continue lying to everyone anymore. It's alright. What is it? Mr. Wright, I have to admit that I did play a part in this terrible incident. Are you actually confessing? Are you saying that you were the one who murdered Miss Elise Donan? No, I'm not, Your Honor. But I dealt with the cover-up after the murder took place. After her spirit left, I took the lifeless shell of Mystic Elise and carried it to the Hazakura Temple courtyard where I desecrated it. What? Fuck am I here for then, I guess? Order, order in the court, order! Witness, are you saying you were an accomplice to the murder? Yes, that's correct. What? Why am I even here? 3 minutes in court and I'm already covered in a cold sweat. Everyone on the planet is accomplice to something. Just happens to be that in this case, it's to murder. Shut your stupid ass up. Isn't that right, Mr. Trite? Ugh, that Godot. He's too sexy. I mean, fuck. It's the confession they were conferring about. It pains me to say this, but it looks like Iris's testimony was all a lie. I shoved into a pocket. Now then, little lady, if you don't mind, I've got a question for you. Whose crime were you trying to cover up by your actions? It was yours, actually. If I know, actually, I don't even know. Iris was covering for someone? Ugh, I'm definitely up the creek without a paddle or a life jacket. I've been at Hazakura Temple ever since I was a little girl. Hazakura Temple is run by one of the branch families in the Kadain tradition. One of our missions is to protect the main family. I'm sorry, but main family? Yes, and that's why I would dirty myself if need be to protect her. The daughter of the master of the Kadain channeling technique, Mystic Maya Fey. Huh? Wake up and smell the coffee, Trite. She's naming Maya? I can't take this shit no more. Order! Order in the court! So not only did you witness the murder, you know the name of the murderer? I'm terribly sorry, but it's true. I saw her commit the crime with my very own eyes, and then I cleaned up the area to try to protect her. That's ridiculous! Maya could never do such a... The defense will refrain from commenting until the appropriate time. Now, witness, let's hear your testimony. What exactly happened on the night of the crime? Yes, Your Honor. I thought I was prepared for the unexpected. Not this unexpected! What the fuck? But I never imagined the case would wind up going in this direction. Man, I can't have shit! I went to the inner temple that night and I saw it all happen in the garden. I saw Mystic Elise strike Mystic Maya with her staff. While Mystic Maya was still stumbling, Mystic Elise moved in to deliver a final strike, a fatal strike. Mystic Maya tried desperately to defend herself and stole the weapon. It was only in self-defense. You can't blame her for it. So it was in self-defense? Yes, Mystic Elise was the one who attacked first. That's why I tried my best to protect Mystic Maya. You moved the victim's body to the temple so that Maya wouldn't be suspected. Isn't that right? Not bad. You've got the instincts of a true criminal. Something's not quite right. I'm sure it was established yesterday that Iris never went to the inner temple that night. And that person who did was that woman. The woman? Iris even admitted it. Now then, Mr. Wright, please proceed with your cross-examination. Went to the inner temple that night and I saw it all happen in the garden. Sister Iris, your testimony has changed quite a bit since yesterday. You stated yesterday on the night of the murder you didn't go to the inner temple. Did she now? Too bad for you. What she said yesterday doesn't mean much today. By the way, where were you when she claimed she didn't go? It was in the inner temple's training hall. A private conversation between the two of you doesn't constitute testimony. That would be properly described as hearsay. What do you have to say, witness? I just couldn't tell him the truth at that time. Mystic Maya, she's your girlfriend, isn't she? No! I didn't want to be the one to break it to you that I saw her commit murder. There, we all understand how difficult this is for you. Now then, let's continue with the testimony. What did you witness in the temple garden? Well, Your Honor, I saw Mystic Elise strike Mystic Maya with her staff. You're saying that the victim attacked Miss Faye? Yes, it was a truly frightening scene. Mystic Maya was struck hard on the head and it looked like she was going to collapse. What were you doing at the time? Why didn't you stop them from fighting? I'm terribly sorry, Mr. Wright. I was frightened. I couldn't move. I couldn't even speak. I was in such shock. That's perfectly understandable, my dear. Doesn't sound right. I don't believe this testimony for a minute. What happened after that? While Mystic Maya was still stumbling, Mystic Elise moved in to deliver the fatal strike. She moved in to deliver a fatal strike? Yes, I'm sure of it. She threw down her staff and reached into her robe for a weapon. Wait a minute. What was this weapon? It was some kind of dagger. A dagger? Huh? Miss Elise Donham tried to stab her with this weapon? To kill Miss Faye? Yes, exactly. Huh. You look like I did after I mistakenly took a swig of Worcestershire sauce. What? Do you have a problem with the testimony we're hearing from your client, lawyer boy? Do I have a problem with Iris's testimony? There's just one thing I need to mention. Your Honor, I have a small problem with the witness's testimony. You do? But this witness is your own client. Yes, well, nevertheless. That's fine. Witness, let's add your last statement to the testimony. Yes, sir. Hey, just a moment. That's my job to say that. Listen, Gramps, I won't say it again. Final judgment will be rendered by me. Ugh. This entire court is full of pussies. You're all a bunch of assholes and bitches and pussies. Okay, now, let's continue. I'm just gonna do what I already know what I'm gonna have to do. I meant to say that right here. Sister Iris, there's something strange about your version of events. Huh? Miss Dunham throwing her staff away makes no sense at all to me.
But all you can do with the staff is hit someone.
Naturally, you wouldn't know this, Sister Iris, but the victim's staff had a special feature about it. As you can see, it's a sword. If Elise Dunham really had wanted to kill Miss Faye, she wouldn't have needed to use a separate dagger. Not when she already had a beautiful blade in her hands already. Well, Sister Iris, what do you have to say?
Objection.
That was an impressive bit of investigating, Trite. I never would have thought there was a sword hidden in that staff. But even so, how should I put this? A long sword is unwieldy and thus quite ineffective in close quarters combat. Maybe that's why she chose a dagger over her blade. Well... Anyway, the type of weapon she chose to use isn't what's important. The important thing is that she tried to kill Maya Fey. As long as there's nothing strange about that, there's no problem with her testimony. But there is something strange about this whole testimony. Well, Mr. Wright, the prosecution has a point. Very well, Your Honor. The defense will now present evidence to back its argument.
Mr. Wright!
I have here another piece of evidence that shows that this testimony can't be trusted. Oh. Hold on one second. Okay, hold on. I will be right back. Okay, I'm back. I'm so sorry. Life is crazy right now. Fuck. Okay. Let's get back to it. Okay. Okay. I'm assuming I have to bring up the actual profile. Elise Donem would never have attacked Maya Fey. How can you be so sure? Because the victim's real name is not Elise Donem. Her real name was Misty Fey. Fey? No! Not Misty Fey! Who is this Misty Fey? And is she related to... Misty Fey is a master of Kadine channeling technique. She's also the mother of Maya Fey. Are you serious? Is it really true, Mr. Wright? Was Elise Donem actually the great mystic Misty? There's no doubt about it. It looks like Iris had no idea. I can hardly believe it. The idea is that she would try to kill her only daughter, one she hadn't seen in 17 years. Perhaps the prosecution can offer in it some explanation as to why she would do such a thing. Ugh. Order in the court. Upon first hearing this witness's testimony, it seemed natural enough. However, in light of some facts that have been presented, one, that the victim supposedly threw away a sword during a fight, and two, that the two people battling to the death were mother and daughter, despite the facts being believable when taken on their own. Hello? When taken together, the entire story seems difficult to believe. Listen, there's nothing in this world that is impossible, except for one little thing. Yes, what is that one little impossible thing? You still don't get it. You think maybe my beans are under-roasted, but you have no idea, Gramps. Could you get to your point? I heard this witness's confession this morning, just as I had taken the first sip of my 8th morning cup of coffee. Holy shit! You're going to ruin your health, my friend. Anyway, after hearing this woman's confession, I had a detective who loves to investigate sent to the scene of the crime. And he discovered this little beauty. Is that the dagger the witness testified to seeing? Obviously, Your Honor. But do you not notice something else? Now that you mentioned it, if you look closely, there appears to be blood on it. Where did you find that? I didn't see that when I investigated the crime scene. The top left items? Well, that's because Kirby is laying in there in the frame. Kirby! See? I understand, yeah. It is kind of hard to see. Hold on. I can move it around if you want me to. I've always had it like that. Hold on. If it is that bothersome, I can move things around if you want me to. It's not too bad. Okay, I'll leave it the same then. I will move the Kirby cam because you can't see him in the background, so. Yes, bud, I'm talking about you. Yes. Unless you want me to leave the Kirby cam up. I'll leave it down for right now so we can see this, we can see everything. Keep Kirby, okay. Don't pull my leg. Go on in. Alright. Yes, Kirby. I know, you are so cutie pie. Good news. What is that? Did you investigate the no more frozen screen in car? Yay! I didn't even know there was a frozen screen. I was very confused what you were talking about when you said something. Did you investigate the pine tree at the crime scene? Huh? The pine tree? The dagger was stuck in the back side of the pine tree. That is not a pine tree. Have any of you ever seen a fucking pine tree in your life? When the last blow was struck, ending the violent battle between the two women, this little baby was thrown in the direction of the back of the pine tree. That is not a fucking pine tree! Have any of you seen a pine tree in your life? Which means the blood on the dagger belongs to the victim, correct? Huh. Were you even listening, old man? I first heard this confession this morning, just as I had taken the first sip of my 13th cup of morning coffee. Didn't you say it was your 8th just a few minutes ago? I didn't have enough time to get the blood analyzed on such a short notice. In any case, the court will accept this dagger as evidence. Furthermore, I ordered that the blood test be performed on it immediately. This is my sweetheart. Make sure you treat her right. Shut the fuck up. Bailiff, get this piece of evidence to the crime lab for testing immediately. The dagger! There's blood on the tip if you can't see it, sorry. Now then, the testimony we've just heard has had numerous unbelievable aspects to it. However, after having found the very dagger the witness spoke of, I believe we can consider her testimony to be credible. You girls never lie. They do. They very much do. They do. You've seen it before. You have literally seen it before. I don't want to fucking hear it. In any case, witness, if you please could testify again to this court. Cute girls never lie. They do lie. They do lie. They very much do lie. They lie very easily, actually. Except when they poison me. About what, Your Honor? About the incident you saw, the battle between the two women. Yes, Your Honor. Mystic Maya stumbled briefly after being hit over the head with the staff, but then she dodged Mystic Elise's next attack and stole her weapon. Suddenly, Mystic Elise was the one on the defensive, with her back on the stone lantern. That's when Mystic Maya stabbed Mystic Elise. Mystic Elise managed to fling the knife away, but then she collapsed. That was a very heartbreaking story. I don't know if there was any bad feelings between them, but it had been 17 years since Mystic Misty's disappearance. Perhaps they simply didn't recognize each other anymore. That seems reasonable. Now then, Mr. Wright, proceed with your cross-examination. What the fuck? What even is going on anymore? I don't know. Mystic Maya stumbled briefly after being hit over the head with the staff. Iris, where were you standing when you witnessed all this? What do you mean? Well, if either of them had noticed you, they might not have continued their battle. I wonder if that's true. The two of them, they were standing near the garden stone lantern. I was watching the whole thing from behind. It was dark where the two of them were, so I think that's why they didn't see me. So it was dark in the garden when the murder took place. Tell me, what did Miss Maya Fey do after she was struck? Then she dodged Mystic Elise's next attack and stole her weapon. What happened to the victim's staff then? I'm not sure. The area was very dark, so I really couldn't see. I think it got knocked away somewhere as the fight escalated. That makes sense. That would explain the need for the dagger. Mystic Elise raised the dagger to strike, but Mystic Maya dodged it at the last second. The dagger struck the lantern and fell to the ground. And then at some point, Mystic Maya picked it up. Nothing sounds especially strange yet. What did the victim do when the weapon was stolen from her? Suddenly, Mystic Elise was on the defensive with her back on the stone lantern. You're saying that Maya Fey turned the tables on the victim? Yes. But Mystic Maya wasn't herself at the time. After all, her life was in danger. I still can't believe it. The idea of Maya cornering someone at knife point, it's just silly. As they say, a cornered fox is more dangerous than a jackal. I believe the correct description is a cornered fox is scared and petrified. Your animal analogies have grown tiresome. Tell me about it. You're the one who started it. Anyway, so after Maya backed the victim into the stone lantern, what happened next? That's when Mystic Maya stabbed Mystic Elise. Oh, that's not what I wanted. Are you absolutely certain that's what you saw? Yes, I'm almost certain. Almost? The garden was dark. I couldn't really tell who was who. What did she just say? So in other words, it could have been someone else entirely. I know, I literally was just thinking that. I'm like, it's almost Christmas. It's almost Christmas. It's almost Christmas. It's almost Christmas does not mean it was Christmas. We know that Maya Fey was in the inner temple that night. And that woman was killed by... And the woman that was killed was Elise Donham. Isn't it fairly obvious who attacked who? Ugh. I don't have anything to counter that yet. Well then, witness, please continue your testimony. Yes, Your Honor. God. I just am in a pickle. It's blanket time. Your girl is cold. Okay. I don't know what's going on anymore. Two cornered each other for a moment, then Mystic Maya rushed straight into Mystic Elise. Then Mystic Elise stumbled over and fell to the ground. So she was stabbed in the stomach, huh? Yes. Mystic Elise managed to fling the knife away, but then she collapsed. Where did that dagger go? I have no idea. It was dark and I couldn't see. According to the detective who found the dagger, it was stuck into the pine tree in the garden. Most likely it was flung towards a tree after the struggle. That is the most likely explanation, yes. After being stabbed in the stomach, did the victim collapse right away? Now that I think of it. She seemed to stare at Mystic Maya for a while. And Mystic Maya stood there, not moving an inch. It felt for a moment that time had just stopped. But then, suddenly, as if the spell had worn off, Mystic Elise fell over. Seems like a reasonable story at first, but there's one thing that is completely impossible. The very idea of Maya stabbing someone. That alone is impossible, which means this faulty testimony must contain another contradiction in it somewhere. Fuck, I don't know! Wasn't she quite literally in the inner temple at this point? Well, it's a stab from the back, so there's no way. She said she stabbed her in the front. I think I also know the answer. That's just the cause. I don't think that... Never mind. Something about you just isn't right today, Iris. Huh? Until now, I didn't think you were the type to make such a careless mistake. However, the testimony you just gave contains quite a few contradictions. Figured it was back to the lantern. Yeah. I was like, this is starting to not make, like, any sense, but, like... I don't know. What do you mean? What's so wrong about my testimony? According to you... Maya Fey stabbed the victim while she had her back to the stone lantern, correct? Yes, that's right. But in the case, the victim would have been stabbed in the stomach, right? In this case, the victim would have been stabbed in the stomach. Yes, I think so. But according to the autopsy report, the cause of death was due to blood loss from the stab wound in her back. This proves that the victim was stabbed from behind, not from the front. Sister Iris, it appears another seed of doubt has sprouted from your testimony. Why is she lying now? Like, why are we lying? Oh. LOL. What is the meaning of this, Mr. Wright? Huh. It's simple. People are like books. We've got a front and a back. You get my drift? Is that all you have to say? I could also say that darkness loves to play with the human mind. Could you please knock it off with the cheesy proverbs and illogical metaphors already? The point is, too much of this testimony just doesn't make sense. Throwing away a useful staff, the people fighting being mother and daughter, and now she falsely claims the victim was stabbed in the stomach. There certainly is some inconsistencies. Well, Iris, how about it? Well, it's just... If you ask me, you're just being too naive about the whole thing. What do you mean? There are 253 distinct types of bitterness in coffee, but to pick out each one, it requires total concentration in the use of all the senses. Were you really concentrating of what this witness actually said? That's quite literally what I've been doing this whole time. Prosecutor Godot, explain yourself. The witness was quite unambiguous about her own ambiguities when she said that the garden was dark and she couldn't see clearly. A human needs one thing to see clearly, and that is light. Light? By the way, did you know? Hazakura has a rule on nights when the acolyte has a rule on that on nights when an acolyte is in the inner temple training, the stone lantern in the garden must be kept lit. I did wonder what that stone lantern was there for. Well, if that's true, should the witness have been able to see the crime more clearly? Normally, yes, Your Honor, but according to the head nun, Sister Bikini, on the night of the crime, it was impossible to light that stone lantern. Impossible? It hadn't been used in a long time, the wick was no good. In other words, it had to have been nearly pitch black in the garden that night. There couldn't have been a faint light coming from the training hall, but that's... There could have been a faint light coming from the training hall, but that's all. Most enlightening. Yes, that illuminating fact has chased all the contradictions away. It really doesn't. It really doesn't. Like, at all. But whatever. If the staff was dropped, it would be difficult to see. It also explains why they didn't recognize each other. We can't see the demons that lurk in the night. That's why humans are weak. Isn't that right, Trite? No! What is happening? Order, order, order. Here, Your Honor. Let me present the stone lantern into evidence. Maybe it will rekindle the flame of truth in your mind. Ugh. Why is the judge just sitting there with that look on his face? What's wrong, Your Honor? Was that flame too hot? This lantern. There's something written on it. Why, it's written in blood. Oh boy. So the judge didn't know about that yet. Written in blood? You can't see it? It says Maya upside down. What the? You can't see that? Oh yes, that's right. After being cornered then stabbed by Mystic Maya, Mystic Elise didn't fall down right away. She must have been writing on that stone lantern behind her, with the blood that was draining out of her body. It certainly looks that way. Hang on just a minute. What are you all talking about? What do you mean, what are we talking about? We're talking about that message written in blood. Nonsense. This lantern, it's as clean as a whistle. Are we blind? Could it be? He can't see the bloody writing at all? Now that I think of it, he did say something to me yesterday. Oh, I literally forgot about that. I forgot he said something about that. My eyesight is pretty messed up. Even with these huge goggles on my head, I still can't see everything. Oh my god, is the red canceling out? That makes so much sense. Yeah, that makes so much sense as to why he can't see that. Because the red on his goggles, they're just... It's not for show. It's literally a red, like, film over his eyes. And usually when you put red film, like, when you, like... I don't know the best way to, like, describe it. But, like, usually, like, when you have, like, red glasses on and things that are red, like, are not shown. Like, kind of like when people do, like, the red and blue makeup effect or whatever. And it looks like... You know, like, that's crazy. Oh, that's so insane. So that's what he meant by that. In any case, this is obviously an important clue. We now know that the crime scene was dark, and that the victim scrawled this message on the stone lantern. Well, Mr. Godot, anything further? The man is literally having an aneurysm right now. I don't think this is the right time to ask him that question. Mr. Godot? Okay then, let's move on. Godot is literally shaking, and somehow I don't think it's from caffeine overdose. The man is pissed. The man's like, I'm gonna fucking kill myself. I don't know. Why is he so upset? Why is he so upset? I believe it has now been established that Miss Stoneham was killed by Maya Fey. That's just wrong. Now it's time to turn our attention to you. Yes, sir. After the victim died, you did something, didn't you? Let's hear it. We're all ears. After Mystic Elise died, I called out to Mystic Maya. I thought it was my duty to protect the future master of the Karain tradition. So I removed the body from the inner temple myself. I dragged it behind me all the way across Dusky Bridge. Then I used the snowmobile to carry it back to Hazakura Temple and... I used the Shichishido to alter the way the wound looked. So you moved the body? Yes, I was raised in Hazakura Temple. I owe a great deal thanks to the Fae clan. But even so, I never imagined that Elise Stoneham was actually Misty Fae. I've committed a terrible sin. A terrible trick of fate. I believe you're looking for twist of fate, Your Honor. I intended to return to the inner temple after taking care of the body, but you were spotted by the head nun, correct? Yes, and that's why I couldn't go back. Your story makes sense, I suppose. Mr. Wright, go ahead with your cross-examination. Yes, Your Honor. Holy shit! Holy shit! Holy shit. After Mystic Elise died, I called out to Mystic Maya. Nope, go back. So you waited until everything was over before making a move? No, it's not like that. She saw someone murdered right in front of her eyes. It's not surprising that she was a little timid. Yes, I suppose that's true. Sometimes when I'm watching lawyers argue back and forth with each other, I felt so helpless that I could just sit quietly and wait for them to reach a conclusion. Isn't that your job as a judge to mediate the argument? What is going on out there? Well, little guy. All right. Back to whatever the fuck this is. Ugh. Okay, it wasn't until Mystic Maya saw me that it finally dawned on her what she had done. Thought it was my duty to protect the future master of the Khan tradition. So then, you knew? You knew that the significance of the name Maya Fey? Yes, of course I did. That's odd. I mean, Sister Bikini didn't recognize Maya's name, let alone her position. Anyway, she was a very special person indeed. Why did you do that? Because I didn't want Mystic Maya to be suspected in any way. I thought the best thing would be to remove the body from the crime scene. So you moved her body all by yourself? Yes, I did. It would have been impossible if it wasn't for the snow. The snow, huh? Okay, I know where we're going with that. I don't think this is right, but I just want to try. Yeah, that's what I thought. That's what I thought. That's what I thought. Anyway, I'm just gonna continue before I get anything else wrong. Curbs. Hey, Mr. Man. Come here. Sleepy? Sleepy? He is so eepy right now. Look at that man. Look at the guy. He is so eepy. Anyway. Okay, I'm just gonna continue. It's pretty amazing that you could make it all the way across. That's a rickety old bridge. It looks worse than it is. It's surprisingly sturdy despite its age. It's like they say, idiots are too stupid to catch a simple cold. But there's one other thing that still bothers me. Why not just throw the body into the Eagle River? It would have been much easier than dragging it all the way to Kazakura Temple. I thought that it would still cast too much suspicion on Mystic Maya. That's why I tried to take the body as far away as possible. Makes perfect sense to me. For the time being. Anyway, what did you do after you crossed the bridge? The snowmobile? I knew that it would show up sooner or later. Yes, I had the key. I used the snowmobile to travel to Hazakura Temple to Dusky Bridge. This is the part that was in question the other day. Should I ask for more details? If you really did move her body by snowmobile, then there should be tracks left in the snow, right? Well, yes, naturally you would expect tracks. This picture was presented at yesterday's trial. Are these tracks from that ride? Yes, I think they are. But I can only see one set of tracks here. I don't see what's so strange about that. Snow was falling when I left Hazakura Temple. I see, snow was still falling, huh? And then the murder took place. It had already stopped. That's why there's still fresh-looking tracks. I think I know where we're going with this. Because, obviously, Phoenix had run out here to go call for help. So there shouldn't be, you know... I gotta look at this photo again. Like, there should be footprints right here then, you know? And they're not, and unless I'm stupid, they're not very obvious in this photo. How about it, Mr. Wright? What do you think about this testimony? It's very important. When the murder took place, the snow had already stopped? That doesn't make sense when you stack it up against the other evidence. Your Honor, I'd like the statement Iris just made to be added to the testimony. But does it have something to do with this case? All will be made clear if you allow her statement to be added to the record. This should be fun. Let's get the snow business cleared up, shall we? Yes, sir. Snow had already stopped. Okay, so we're... That's not it! What? Hold on. I'm gonna go back, but I just kind of wanna... I'm so confused! Maybe that's not the right one I needed. Because obviously the snow was still falling. Let's ask about the snowmobile. Let me hear more about the snowmobile ride. Well, it was very cold that night, so I rode it all the way to the foot of the bridge. I'm sorry, witness, but now I've got a problem with your testimony. Oh, you've got a problem with it one?
Excuse me?
Godot, what are you up to now? That night, after the head nun left the remainder of the training to you, she said she walked from the inner temple back to Hazakura Temple. Yes, I'm fairly certain that's what the record indicates. Let's recall her comments on the subject. Oh, that's true. Maybe, but when I made it back to Hazakura Temple, it was there by the main gate, the snowmobile, I mean. I forgot about that. I'm gonna just be so for real. The snowmobile was in front of the main gate. This is one of those contradictions, wouldn't you say? Man, I just picked the wrong option, apparently. Order, Mr. Godot! Why are you pointing out contradictions in the witness's testimony? Let's just say I like things to be neat and tidy, okay?
Well, maybe... Sister Bikini missed it. Yes, maybe she didn't see it.
You think she missed it? That doesn't sound right. Huh, whatever. Even if I don't think this is decisive enough to warrant any more time or effort. It's just... You'd better be careful in your testimony. That's all I wanted to say. A smart little cookie like you shouldn't have had any trouble understanding that.
Yes, sir.
What was that all about? Why would Godot want to give me a hint? Very well then, let's continue with the testimony. So you transported the body by snowmobile all the way to Hazakura Temple Courtyard?
Yes, I thought that way Mystic Maya would never be suspected. That's what I thought anyway. And then I...
Immediately saving that? Okay. We're just gonna go back. Mm-mm. I know it has something to do with this line, and I just don't know what it is. Maybe I did have the right line. I'm very confused. Been a lot of contradictions in your testimony so far. This time, are you sure it's all true? Yes, I am. When the murder happened, the snow had already stopped. According to you, that's why the snowmobile tracks are so clear. That's right, I'm certain of it. I think I've trapped her this time. I see how you think. Snow, huh? What is going on here? If the snow really had stopped by the time of the murder, it'd mean there's a bigger hole in her story than the movie The Grid Revelation. Why are we bringing that up? Well then, Mr. Tripe, perhaps you'd like to share your theory with us? Let's see what's up your sleeve, or rather, at the end of your index finger. I don't want to believe it, but I don't think my logic is failing me. Iris is trying to pin the murder on Maya. But why would she want to do that? There's only one reason I can think of. What? Is it? Is it what I think it is? I don't know anymore. I'm about to look up the walkthrough because I don't know. I thought that was so stupid. I'm trying to think. I don't get it. Alright, I'm pulling it up, because I don't know what it is. I'm quite literally losing my shit over here. Are we being so for real right now? Can you please tell me what is going on, Kirby? I'm so confused. poison. Ah! You claim that the snow had already stopped when the murder occurred, but I'm sorry, Iris. That just isn't possible. What? This is the weather data from the night of the murder. According to this, the snow didn't stop until 10:50 p.m. But you couldn't have crossed Dusky Bridge at that time. Why do you say that? Because 5 minutes before the snow stopped, Dusky Bridge was struck by lightning and it had caught on fire. What did you just say? The bridge, it was on fire? You don't mean to say you didn't know about it? It was because of that lightning strike that the bridge burned down. What? But it can't be. It can't be. It looks like you still haven't figured it out. No matter how hard you try to deceive or conceal the truth, you can't pull the wool over the eyes of the real defense attorney. No! Why are we lying? Oh my god, we are just... Heaven. Oh my god, I'm sorry. Holy shit. Just so much shit is happening. Order. The bridge was already on fire when the incident took place. That's right. The inner temple was already totally cut off from the outside world. There's no way you could have crossed that bridge, body or no body. Witness, even my patience has limits. Any further lying and I will find you in contempt of court. This is like the third time we're not saying anything about contempt of court. You have anything to say for yourself? The only person here that is truly contemptible is you. Old man. Me? How dare you? Whether this witness lied or not doesn't mean squat right now. Squat? The important thing now is to find out the truth, isn't that right? Yes, of course, but whether it was snowing or not snowing, or whether the bridge was burning or not, there were two facts that can't be disputed. First, the body of Elise Donan was discovered at Hazakura Temple Courtyard. And second, the head nun, Sister Bikini, witnessed Iris desecrating Elise Donan's body. He makes a good point on both accounts. That's right. I'm not lying. What are you claiming this time? It wasn't myself at all that night, so my memory was still somewhat hazy. You have stood on that witness stand and testified this entire time. Are you telling us now that your memory of that night is hazy? It is only human to err. If you're so perfect, right? Maybe you can explain this for the court. What is it? When the murder happened, the bridge had already burnt down. But somehow the body traveled across the bridge and was found in the temple courtyard. Perhaps you have some kind of perfect explanation for this little magic trick? Ugh. Well, not exactly, no. I know there must be some other way she got across that burnt-out bridge. But unless I can somehow demonstrate it, we'll never know the truth. Looks like the defense is not prepared to offer such a suitable explanation. You see what I mean? In other words, you're in no position to suggest that this lady's testimony isn't the truth. Ugh. This man just gave me a hint like 5 seconds ago. What is happening? About what, Your Honor? You have admitted that you moved the victim's body. Nevertheless, your prior testimony contained a rather large inconsistency. Please add an explanation for that in your testimony. Yes, Your Honor. Will this be your final testimony? What is happening? I'm having an aneurysm. Other than walking over the bridge, there's no way to move the body. So I must have just gotten confused, I guess. Was the snow still falling or had it stopped? Does it really matter that much? Or are you saying that there's a way to cross a burning bridge? I would know. So it was just a misunderstanding, I see. This is a photo of Dusky Bridge after it burned down from the lightning blast. It was taken on the morning after the incident. It certainly was burned to a crisp, and one of the suspension wires even snapped. It's amazing the whole bridge didn't fall. Clearly, it would be impossible to carry a corpse across this bridge in this condition. Unless I do something to discredit this testimony, it's going to be deemed as the truth, and Maya will be accused of murder. Right, I'm only going to say it one more time. It is only human to err, and only humans can spot the errors of our ways. The more sense he makes, the less sense he makes. All right, Mr. Wright, please begin your final cross-examination. Yes, but if the snow had already stopped when the incident took place, I couldn't have crossed the bridge, naturally. But I think it's just like Mr. Godot said. The body did make it across somehow. But you seemed to be quite sure of yourself when you gave your testimony. You said you were sure the snow had already stopped. I'm terribly sorry, I was wrong. Does she really think an apology is going to get her off the hook? This is no joke, you're giving sworn testimony in the court of law. Well, Mr. Wright, let me ask you a question. Do you remember what the weather was like just 1 week ago today? Huh? Well, naturally, it was, You see, it's not that easy to remember, is it? But if it had been some kind of special day, I would have remembered. For example, it was pouring rain on the day of my elementary school graduation. No one wants to hear about your childhood traumas, right? What? Real? By the time the murder took place, the snow had already stopped. If you insist on obsessing over that one statement, let's see the proof. Show some evidence that the body somehow crossed the bridge while it was on fire. I'm gonna look so stupid trying to present this already. Fuck! I can't believe it! A dead body flying over a burning bridge. I wouldn't exactly rule out the possibility. What? Huh. You're saying it's possible? Don't make me laugh. The only thing that's possible about your claim is that it's been pulled out of thin air. I don't know about that. In any case, we have a witness who did see it happen. Oh, fuck, fuck, fuck! Sorry, Kirby. I have to commit to the bit. I have to commit to the bit. Sorry, Kirby. Are you okay? Are you traumatized? He's like, what the fuck did you do? Oh, now why in the world are we doing that? I always do it. I have to do the voice lines. I have to commit. I have to do the voice lines as they are given to me. Which means spitting out water when asked. Kirby, don't look at me like that, bro. This guy. It's for the bit. Come on, guys. It's not so bad. Ooh, who is it? Who is this witness? I can't chicken out here. I've got to keep the attack. Gotta keep on the attack and go, go, go. Miss Elise Stoneham's brilliant and highly gifted apprentice. Laurie Stoneham. Brilliant? Highly gifted. Apprentice? Remember what he said in his testimony. That night he was at the mountain shack, Heavenly Hall. And that's when he witnessed the event. I think you've all seen the sketch before. It is the exact drawing of what he witnessed that night. Are you serious? Today's not April Fool's Day, is it? Mr. Wright, are you seriously claiming that the victim flew through the air? And you're using this pathetic scribble to support your argument? Uh-oh. The judge looks like he's about to blow a gasket. Huh. Well, Trite, now there's nowhere for you to hide now. Other than looking like it was drawn by a 6-year-old, does this sketch prove anything? Yes, I'm pretty sure it does, and I'm going to prove it. Listen, I know your tricks. You're trying to turn this whole thing upside down. If you're so eager to turn this case upside down, why not start with this sketch? Upside down? Why did Godot say that? What? 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 Alright, let's hear the defense's theory. What exactly is this sketch trying to show? I don't think old Whiskerface is going to forgive any more mistakes. We're just gonna... Alright, Phoenix, look carefully and think it over. The sketch drawn by Laurie Stoneham is... Exactly what happened. Of course the victim was flying through the air. You can see it right there in the sketch. Whoosh. You know, you're starting to remind me of yesterday's witness. What? That was the last thing I wanted to hear. Do you have any evidence that the victim flew through the air? Yes, sir. Yeah, I know I look crazy. Just so you know, we haven't discovered a giant human catapult in the inner temple yet. Ugh, I wish they had. Even if you're a lousy lawyer, at least you're 1 cup's worth of entertainment. I think we should skip the penalty this time. Ugh. There must be some way. I just know it. There must be a way to use Larry's sketch to show the truth of what happened. Am I right when I say that? I was not right. Oh no! A complete contradiction. I knew I was wrong and I still wanted to try it to make sure I wasn't wrong originally. Oh. Kirby is gone. Which means no more. Obviously, something is funny about this sketch. I'm no art critic, but even I can see that. No, that's not what I mean, Your Honor. Laurie Stoneham stated it over and over, that the sketch was exactly as he saw it. However, If we're to believe his testimony, then the sketch contradicts reality as we know it.
It contradicts reality?
Huh. This is getting interesting. Looks like you're back to that finger pointing thing again. Yeah, it's still totally the reason. Anyway. Okay, Trite, so what exactly contradicts reality as we know it? The fact that she's flying! Honestly, I don't really know anymore. Oh. It's the wire connected to the bridge. The wire? Cameron loves that show. Ah. Is that the thing that contradicts reality? Is it? Oh, because the... Listen, I was just gonna start clicking on shit and hoping it was right. I literally... The wire is broken! I love being unintentionally smart. It is indeed. And show us the reality it supposedly conflicts with. Show us something that will point out how the sketch contradicts reality. That's a photo of Dusky Bridge, correct? Yes, now compare the sketch and the photo for a minute. In the sketch, the wires appeared to be above the guard wires. But on the actual Dusky Bridge, jumping Jehoshaphat! Such a wild thing to mention. The wires are below the guard wires. What? Order. This sketch is somewhat different than what's depicted in the photo. However, isn't it likely that the artist just saw it wrong? Or perhaps he just drew it wrong? Either way, it sounds like you're just wrong. With someone like Larice, I admit a mistake is a definite possibility. But then it begs the question, why did he make a mistake? What was the reason? Are you saying you know the answer to that? Listen, think back, alright? Remember what Larice was doing when he witnessed this event. He was at Heavenly Hall waiting for a lover that was never going to come. He waited and waited and finally he laid down. But then, lightning shoots from the sky and sets the bridge aflame. Now ponder that sort of position Larice must have been in at the time. I didn't even think of that! He was lying on his back, which is why he remembered the scene the way he did. He was lying on his back? I can't see how it relates. But it does, Your Honor. That is the reason why the wires in the sketch go up instead of down. Ugh! No way! Larice Stoneham witnessed the event while he was lying on his back, face up. In other words, the scene that he saw was actually upside down. That's the hint he was trying to give me. Why is he shocked? So then, this sketch should actually... I think you finally get it, Your Honor. The correct way to view Larice Stoneham's sketch is like this. This is how it should actually look. I hate it here. The victim's body wasn't flying above the bridge. It was actually swinging below. That's right. Just like a pendulum. Ridiculous. I'm literally spilling so much water, it's getting soaking wet over here. Of all things to say, a pendulum? The bridge was burning to a crisp. There was no way to get across it. But if the body had been found at the inner temple, it would have caused problems. This is where the criminal decided to take a gamble. They used the burning bridge to get the body across to the other side, and the pendulum was the only way to get it done. Let's think about this for a minute, shall we? Dusky Bridge is about 20 yards long, which means it's about that far from the inner temple to the opposite cliff. Yes, that sounds right. In order to cover up that distance with a pendulum, you need a rope at least 10 yards long. To get the rope that long, you have to plan ahead. The lightning strike that night can only have been an accident, so it doesn't make sense that the culprit would have prepared the rope beforehand. So then, They didn't have to get the rope ready. The rope was already right in front of them. What? I'm saying that that it was just a matter of using what was already there. In that case, Mr. Wright, please give us an explanation to support your theory. What makes you think the criminal had a rope on hand just to create a pendulum? I'm going to assume it's... They used the bridge itself, right? And the meaning of this is... If you want to know where the rope came from, it's hanging right there in front of your glorious beard. Ah! This is the one of the wires from the bridge. When the lightning struck the bridge and set it on fire, one of the suspension wires came loose from its anchor. The criminal didn't have any time to waste, so they tied the wire around Elise Stoneham's body. That is insane work, bro. Because there was simply no other way to move the body. Huh. I am also tweaking, bro. I am also tweaking. Mr. Godot? It seems that Mr. Godot is more focused on his coffee than answering my question. It seems that the odds of the rope being readily available are very high. So I suppose that it is not an impossibility after all. Possible or impossible, that is not the question we need to ask. There's only one question. Did that really happen? That's right. I wonder if you can prove what happened to us. Do you have any actual evidence that the body was swung over like a pendulum? Fuck no, I don't! I don't even know what's going on right now! I am so confused! Oh, I have a headache. I have a headache. Fuck. Oh my god. Bro, I don't know. I don't know. I don't know. I don't know, but I'm having I'm getting a headache right now. What is going on? What is going on? Dude, I don't know. Dude, I don't know. Is this trying to tell me? Is this it right here? I'm consulting the guide because I don't even know right now. I'm Bro. Before I present my evidence, let me review what we know so far. According to this photo, one of the wires snapped. Looking at the map, we can see that it's the one that was in front of the inner temple. So then, it was the spot where the criminal... Yes, precisely. Now let us consider the body's movement by looking at the overhead map again. If the body was pushed from this point here, it would drop on the opposite bank at approximately this point. Did you say drop? Well, they must have failed to catch the body on the other bank. I remember this bridge. I want to fucking die. What would make you think something like that happened? Because I have evidence that suggests her body dropped from some distance. What kind of evidence? Take a look at this autopsy report. It says here that her body fell at about 10 feet after her death. 10 feet, huh? It's most likely the height difference between the two sides. The body overswung due to the forward momentum when it came loose and it fell about 10 feet. And then, as a result of the landing impact, this crystal sphere was knocked loose.
That's...
Yes, this bloodstained amethyst crystal is the one that came off of Miss Elise Stonham's staff. And even more important is the place where this crystal sphere was found. Indeed, I believe it already marked on the overhead map. The crystal was found... Precisely, Your Honor. In the very spot where the pendulum would arrive if given the right amount of speed. I have such a headache right now. Oh, fucking God. This explains your theory quite well, Mr. Wright. You have provided us with the way the body could have been moved that night. An impressive deduction, Mr. Wright. Most impressive. Hello? Mr. Wright! I thought this cold coffee might help cool you down. What is the meaning of this, Mr. Godot? That was a dark and bitter guess that you made, right? But you forgot one thing. Oh, and what would that be? The aroma. Huh? Coffee's most reliable accomplice is its deep and profound aroma. The rest of the court doesn't speak Coffeenese. Can you elaborate more? If the criminal had sent the body the other side like you say, then naturally there must have been an accomplice lying in wait to catch it. An accomplice? The criminal wasn't able to cross Dusky Bridge, so who collected the body? What do you have to say about that, Trite? Mr. Godot is correct. This can't be the work of a single person. Well, Mr. Wright, you know what you must do. Yes, Your Honor. The body couldn't have made it to Hazakura Temple without an accomplice. Very well then, if you please, Mr. Wright. I don't know. I need to hurry this along because I gotta go and break in 10 minutes and I have not eaten today. You can't tell me. It's the only thing that makes sense. It literally is the only thing that makes sense. Can only be you, Sister Iris. Huh? But I don't see why you're so surprised. The only way to transport a body from Dusky Bridge is by snowmobile. And with her bad back, Sister Bikini could never pick up a body like that. You're the only one who could have managed it. Right, were you even listening to the witness's testimony? On the night of the crime, this little cutie pie was on the cleanup duty in the inner temple garden after the mother-daughter bloodbath. I haven't forgotten, but have you, Mr. Godot? This witness was also seen at Hazakura Temple, desecrating the corpse of the victim. Strange indeed. It's almost as if, on that night, the defendant was in two different places at the same time. Sister Iris, let me ask you something. Why didn't you mention it when you first gave your testimony? Mention what? The pendulum, of course. Using the sketch drawn by the eyewitness, I have established how the body was moved using the burnt-out bridge, which means it's now a fact that this occurred, something you should have already known.
No, I had no idea. I didn't know anything about the pendulum.
But the body couldn't have been passed along to the other side without your help. So you should have known about it. In fact, it is impossible for you to be clueless about this whole thing. Unless you're not really Iris to begin with. What? No! Oh, we're bringing this up now? We're bringing this up now? Oh my god, I can't do this right now.
What? How can you say that, Mr. Wright?
What? What kind of nonsense is this?
You're saying this witness isn't Iris of Hazakura Temple?
Are you serious, Trite? You mean this woman is... There's no one else besides Iris who could have received that corpse that night. Now I get it. Now I know why I have been sick to my stomach this whole trial. Why her whole demeanor changed so suddenly from yesterday. And why she's trying to pin this murder on Maya. The woman that's standing there in the witness stand. Her real name... God damn, really? We're bringing this up already? I never thought I'd have to utter your name again. Let alone see you. It's been a long time. Dahlia Hawthorne. Ah! Ah! Fuck, that went hard. That kind of went hard. Hawthorne? Sister Iris had a twin sister. And you're looking at her. Miss Dahlia Hawthorne. That name rings some bells. Distant bells, but bells nonetheless. Huh. It's just your imagination, Gramps. This file contains all the relevant data about Dahlia Hawthorne. Oh yes, I remember now, that case, 5 years ago.
My name is Dahlia Hawthorne. I just want to say, it's an honor for me to be here in your noble presence.
The honor is all mine. No, the honor's all mine. But, according to this, Dahlia Hawthorne is already dead. It says here her execution was carried out last month. So what? Death has no meaning in this courtroom. What? Shit. Order, order, order.
Wait a moment. How can you... My sister, she's already dead. What kind of...
You of all people should already understand, after all. The blood of the master of the Kadine channeling technique flows within that body. The Kadine channeling technique? Now, where have I heard that? That's right, you're not Dahlia Hawthorne herself. You're the spirit of Dahlia, currently inhabiting the body of a spirit medium. What an exciting story. Exciting, but quite impossible. You're asking us to buy that Dahlia Hawthorne just happened to be channeled by someone? On the very night of the murder to the temple where her twin sister Iris was? Well, if you're going to put things that way, then yes. We're supposed to believe a coincidence like that just happens? Naturally, it was no coincidence. The whole thing was part of a plan from the very beginning. It's all written right here in these instructions.
What's that?
These instructions were written by your mother, Morgan Fay. And part of the plan for Dahlia Hawthorne to be channeled. That night, there were 2 irises at Hazakura Temple. 2 of them? Even the time of the channeling was planned out. As soon as you hear the lights out bell, in other words, 10 p.m. However, Iris was seen before dinner time. That means that Iris was at dinner, but that the Iris at dinner was the real Iris. And the Iris who gave me this hood at the main hall was also the real Iris. Meaning that the Iris that Sister Bikini saw at the inner temple was someone else dressed as her, namely one Dahlia Hawthorne. Do you even know what you're saying, Trite? This whole channeling the spirit of Dahlia Hawthorne business. Yes, it's true that you found the plans that talk about it. However, there's one thing that's perfectly clear. The witness currently standing at the witness stand is the real Iris. What? How do you know that? Calm down and remember what you know about the night of the crime. After meeting Sister Bikini, the Dahlia Hawthorne that had been channeled would have been stranded at the inner temple due to the lightning strike. It was later that the body was moved by pendulum. That's right. Naturally, that would mean that the Iris that received the body was the real Iris. Are you with me so far? Yes. After being notified of what happened, the police came to Hazakura Temple's main hall. There they found Iris in her room and arrested her. And ever since, she's been under police supervision at the detention center. Not true. She literally has been at Hazakura Temple multiple times, actually. Yes, I suppose. I can't deny any of that.
Ugh, thank goodness. It looks like he's finally convinced.
Why would you say that? Something still seems off, way off. I'm not convinced that the Iris here is the same one from the other night. Huh. Suppose you're about to say something real ridiculous? Like the real Iris and the spirit of Dahlia somehow switched places? Switched places? To be perfectly honest, there are still quite a few things I don't understand, but I do know that unless we confirm the witness's identity, we can't continue with this trial. Iris doesn't have the spiritual power needed to channel Dahlia, which means they must have switched some places somewhere. Well, Mr. Wright, since the time she was arrested at Hazakura Temple, have there been any chances for Iris to switch places with Dahlia Hawthorne?
And I don't...
Your Honor, I think there may have been one chance. Oh, explain yourself. Yesterday, for a few minutes, Iris's whereabouts were unknown. Unknown? What do you mean? What I mean is, there was a span of time which Iris was able to move about freely, unsupervised. Well, who was it? Who would give a murder suspect time to move about freely like that? I'm sorry, I know you didn't mean to. It wasn't your fault. No, he's gonna tell it was Edgeworth. No. The person who gave Iris a chance to freely move about was... Dude, that's so fucked. Fuck, bro. This is Mr. Edgeworth, isn't it? Your Honor, there was a fairly large earthquake yesterday, was there not? An earthquake? Earthquake! Oh my goodness, the inner temple! This kind of tremor might... How could I have... She fled. She escaped. We went to the inner temple right away. And it's true, Iris was already there. However, they had already switched places by that point in time. When I arrived at the training hall, I was met by none other than Dahlia Hawthorne. That's quite enough already, Mr. Wright. Now see here. No judge in his right mind would consider the idea of spirit channeling and... Be quiet. Oh, fuck, bro. It's been a long time, Mr. Judge. That voice. Guess I'll have to ask again. Upon meeting a beautiful lady, always ask for her name and profession. It's one of my rules. Dahlia Hawthorne, and my current profession, permanently retired. If I was Phoenix, I would just kill myself. I'd be like, nope, I quit. See you later. I'm out of here. Bye. Huh. So you're not going to bother hiding your identity anymore, huh?
Why should I? After all, I'm dead. There's really nothing you can do to punish me.
What is going on here? Dahlia Hawthorne. I never thought we'd meet again, and I never thought we'd meet like this. I would kill myself. I don't think any amount of therapy could ever fix this trauma that I would be experiencing right now as Phoenix. Fuck that. Holy shit. Anyway, if you ever feel like you want to kill yourself, please call the suicide hotline. This time I'll end it for her and for myself. You thought it was over? No. Kirby, what am I gonna do, bro? My head hurts. Oh, god damn. There's still 2 hours left of this movie. Shut up, stream elements. I'm getting a migraine. I'm gonna save there. Well, I might as well go on break. Oh, God. I'm gonna try and make food real quick, and maybe that'll help. But man, right now, I am just really, really, we'll do the Nintendo Princess playlist. Anyway, I will see y'all in about 15-20 minutes. I'm gonna try my best to go fast so we can get this over with. Fuck. I know we're not ending at 10 p.m. Right now it's 8:06. We are not ending at 10. I can tell you right now. I knew this was gonna be a long one, so I'm ready for the long haul. All right, be back. Alright, gang is back. We are back. I'm losing my shit over here, over this case. Alright. It took me so long because the chicken was not fully defrosted. I'm gonna try not to chew in everyone's ear, so. Now then, let's continue where we left off, shall we? Well, witness? Yes, how can I help you, Mr. Judge? Well, it seems that if we are to learn the truth, we'll need to hear your testimony. I have no problem with that. I don't even think we should trust her, but whatever. I'm gonna rip her a new one, bro. But when you see what I have, sometimes the truth is better left unknown. In any case, let's hear your testimony. Tell us about the plan that was carried out that night. All I know is that she's probably lying through her teeth. The whole plan began with my death. A stupid plan hatched by Morgan Fay to install her own daughter as the next master. For it to work, Maya Fay would first have to die. The idea was for me to kill Maya and then have the blame pinned on Iris. The plan went wrong, but it seems to have succeeded anyway. That tells me absolutely nothing. Wait a minute. Did you just say the plan was to kill Maya Fay? When come back? When who come back? When me come back? I'm back. I'm already back. What? When did? Like, 2 minutes ago. You missed absolutely nothing, I promise. If that's what you're worried about. Yes, you have a problem with that? Don't give us that nonsense. There's no way that... Watch yourself, trite. If you got a problem, solve it during cross-examination. That's one of my rules. Mr. Godot is correct, and by the way, that's one of my rules as well. To kill Maya? Could it be true? Lordy. Lordy, lordy. You were executed last month, correct? Yes, I was hanged. It wasn't exactly pleasant. How did you manage to discuss the plan? When did you talk with Morgan Fay? Last year, she was transferred to the same detention center as me. Since I was on death row and she was my mother, it was actually pretty easy to meet with her. I see. So that's when you discussed the plan. Are you crazy? At first, that woman was planning to kill me as well, even though I'm her own daughter. To make Pearl Fay the master of crime? She's a cold, twisted woman. She thought she could finally regain her lost honor. The honor she lost when her younger sister Misty took her place as the master. Ever since that day, she's been working on this plan. A plan, huh? A stupid plan hatched by Morgan Fay to install her daughter as the next master. Lord, that lady is mentally ill, bro. Where is Kirby? Oh, he's laying by the door. You're talking about Pearl Fay, is that correct? Yes, though at first she had high hopes for the two of us. You and your twin sister, Iris. That's correct. Fortunately, neither of us had much spiritual power. That's why we were abandoned by her. Along with our father. Abandoned? The only person I ever cared about in this life was myself. My sister was a nuisance, so I convinced my father to leave her at the old temple. You mean Iris? Yes, my father remarried a woman who also had a daughter. The less children you have, the more money there is to go around, right? And on top of that, my father had absolutely no interest in children in general. How horrible. The really horrible one was that woman, that bitter, vengeful woman. It was her stubbornness that gave birth to that child, Pearl Fay. She was born in an abundance of spiritual power, unfortunately for her. Morgan Fay heaped all of her broken hopes and dreams onto that poor child's back. All because of her pathetic dreams of having her bloodline become the main family. But for it to work, Maya Fay would first have to die. Maya would have to die? But why? For a bloodline to succeed as the main family, thus making Pearl the new master. The remaining descendants of the current master had to be taken care of. But Pearls would never agree to a plan like that. She adores Maya. How sad. You still don't get it, do you? What Pearl wanted had nothing to do with it. Morgan didn't care one bit about Pearl. The only thing she cared about was the position of the master. That's all. That's ridiculous. She was willing to sacrifice anything and anyone to achieve her goal. The life of her daughter, and naturally, the life of Maya Fay as well. How could anyone do that? She's a crazy bitch! I thought we knew that when we found out last year that she was the fucking murderer. This shit is good, by the way. The idea was for me to kill Maya and then have it the blame pinned on Iris. You were going to kill Maya? Pearl didn't need to know anything about it. All she had to do was follow the instructions in the letter and channel me. And I simply would have used her body and finished the job. In any case, I'm already dead, and there's nothing any of you can do to me. Ugh. I want I want Mia to come back and just fucking school this bitch so bad. I hope that happens. I hope, like, Mia comes out and is like, bro, fuck you, and your sister, and your mother, and fuck you. Well, who even knows anymore? Same was to blame the crime on your younger twin. On Sister Iris of Hazakura Temple. She and I look absolutely identical. No one can tell us apart. If someone were to witness me killing Maya, naturally, they would think it was Iris that had done it. And the witness in this case was the head nun, Sister Bikini. I never would have guessed she was going to return to Hazakura Temple that night. But she wound up seeing Iris's crime anyway. Why did you want to pin the murder on Iris in the first place? She's your twin sister, isn't she? Twin sister? Don't make me laugh. She's nothing but a backstabber. I couldn't care less about her. Backstabber? You just don't understand. You never will. Anyway. The plan went wrong, but it seems to have succeeded anyway. You think the plan was a success? Oh. You heard me. Just as that woman had hoped, Maya Fey is dead. Now the title of the master will pass on to Pearl Fey. That's absurd. Maya is she's just trapped inside the sacred cavern. Really? You're as foolishly optimistic as ever, aren't you? My darling Feeny. That would kill me. I'd be like, I'm fucking out of here. I'm not doing this shit no more. Mm-mm. You want to know the truth? Ever since we met, I've despised you. Your sniveling naivete and your pathetic faith in other people. Damn! No therapy could probably fix that. I just want to know one thing. What did you personally think of Morgan Fey's plan? I told you already, didn't I? It was a stupid plan. I had no point, no value other than fulfilling her own greedy desires. Yes, it was certainly nothing to be proud of. If that's how you feel, why did you help her carry it out? Why would you do it? Why would you kill Maya? Because I can. You may not understand it, but... Oh my god. You may not understand it. Being the kind and gentle soul that you are, you may not be able to appreciate why someone like me would help a woman like that. So then tell me, why? Isn't it obvious? I'm not like that woman. I only act in my own self-interest. The reason I helped her was for myself. For my own personal satisfaction. What did you say? So this woman, Dahlia Hawthorne, she had her own reason for wanting Maya dead? Probably duh, no shit. Obviously, it's because you were helping Morgan Fey. Helping? Don't make me laugh. From the day I was born to the day I died, I never helped anyone. I lived for myself, and in the end, I died for myself. I thought that was obvious. So she wasn't actually cooperating with Morgan. She was just using Morgan and her plan so she could accomplish her own goal. All I wanted was to kill Maya Fey. And that was the only way I could think to get the revenge. I'm seeing now. I'm seeing now. I understand now. I absolutely get it now. Revenge? I have no choice but to present that piece of evidence. I can't believe it. She meant to kill Maya. I've got to keep a cool head, and I need to get more information out of her. It's the only way to understand this plan and why she was after it as well. I absolutely am understanding what is going on right now. Okay. Could it be that your actual goal had nothing to do with Maya Fey herself? As I said, none of you have the power to punish me anymore. Because I'm already dead. Well, I had the same problem, you see. You can't punish the dead, and you can't take revenge against them either. You wanted to take revenge on someone? I was sentenced to die because of that woman. Mia Fey. God! Mia did kill her, yes. She did, yes. Essentially. Bro. Bitches are crazy! Holy shit. I somehow knew this was it. I wanted to send her a message. It was at her hands that I suffered my first humiliation. I wanted her to feel the same pain she made me feel. Sadly, when I realized my revenge was impossible, I gave up. And the reason it was impossible? Was it perhaps because Maya Fey had already died? Yes, and I realized there was only one way to take revenge against the dead. And how do you do that? Even when the body dies, the spirit, the ego, it lives on forever. I wanted to take away the person that Mia Fey loved most. I wanted to kill her with my own hands. That would be the one and only way I could take my revenge against Mia Fey. That was the reason I helped out with that woman's plans. Just for that? For that you would kill Maya? Your goal was no different than that of Morgan Fey. As they say, the apple doesn't fall far from the tree. What a cruel plan, cruel, cold, and heartless. Don't waste your time preaching to the dead. I've already told you, there's not a thing you could do to me. Ugh. That night, at about 9:30 p.m., I materialized into this world. I quickly pinned my hair up and put on the demon warding hood. Then I picked up the staff that was by my side and left Hazakura Temple. So it was Elise Donham who channeled her after all. Oh! That ridiculous head nun never noticed a thing. She left Maya Fey at the inner temple and wobbled back, clutching her poor old back. What did you do then? That kid was easier to handle than I had hoped. I caught up with her in the front of the stone lantern. Then I took out the dagger I got from the storeroom and... So then you're saying you stabbed Maya? Oh my god, if she's alive, what the fuck, bro? It's strange, but I don't have a clear memory of what happened after that. What does that mean? No clear memory? I don't know. I think I was stabbed. You were stabbed? At the last minute. Maya Fey must have stabbed me, I'm sure of it. It's not like her at all. Maya wouldn't stab a french fry with a plastic fork. Anyway, I suddenly lost consciousness, but before I did, I scrawled her name on the lantern. Just as I was passing out, I wrote Maya behind my back. I would hope it would cast suspicion on her. I can't believe she was thinking of that until the bitter end. That's where my memory temporarily stops. It stops? I don't have any memory of actually killing Maya Fey with my own two hands. My last memory was Maya's terror-filled eyes. When I woke up after that, I was in the sacred cavern surrounded by darkness. You were in the sacred cavern? The entrance was sealed with one of those trick locks. Somehow I had been trapped in there. But how did you wind up there? I'd like to know that myself. Anyway, I was worried. I didn't know whether or not Maya Fey was dead, and I swore I wouldn't return to the underworld until I had killed her myself. For a ghost, you're one tough cookie. I wanted to get out of there and make sure she was dead. But I couldn't do it. I couldn't get out. Okay. So... Maya did end up going in for the training, I'm assuming. And she channeled her herself? Is that what happened? So she could keep her trapped in there, I'm assuming. And then when... I'm assuming they're gonna explain it, but then when Iris went over to look at the lock when the earthquake happened, I'm assuming that's when they switched bodies. I'm assuming. I didn't know how to remove it. So then you're saying you were actually confined against your will inside the sacred cavern? Yes, I wanted to get rid of that annoying lock as soon as possible, but it wasn't easy. I kept getting interrupted while I was working on it. Interrupted? It was early in the morning, but someone came into the training hall. What? Who? Could it have been Maya? I thought the same thing, but I couldn't see. Why not? If someone had spotted me, I would have lost my chance to take revenge. So I made sure to hide myself well at the back of the sacred cavern. That morning, only 2 people could have gone into the training hall. Maya and Pearls. Oh, what the fuck? So she's body hopping, I'm assuming. Pearls went there to cover the hanging scroll in gravy. That's why she couldn't channel her, because she was already being channeled! Okay. Which we figured that out last time. Still, I finally managed to remove the lock. But I was too late. What do you mean by that? The flies had already started to gather. The bridge had been fixed and the police had started their investigation, correct? Naturally, I don't think that was the same person, whatever. Naturally, I couldn't go out. So instead, I returned to the cavern and put the lock back on myself. I realized I wouldn't get the chance to see Maya's corpse as I had hoped. And just then, Lady Luck showed up. Lady Luck? After that big earthquake, she showed up all by herself. Okay, not body hopping. I was originally correct. The real Iris? She said she'd come to make sure the sacred cavern was all right. Stupid girl. I came out from the sacred cavern and got a feel for the situation. And I locked her away in my place. I had finally learned exactly what had happened. It was then that I learned that the plan had actually succeeded. What do you mean, your plan had succeeded? I had misunderstood one thing, you see. That night, the one that had summoned me, I had assumed it was Pearl Fay. Well, of course you would have assumed that. It was written on the instructions. But I was wrong. The person that had actually called my spirit back was... Misty Fay, the picture book author. What? Well, that's really the only possibility, isn't it? After I lost consciousness in the garden, it was her body that was left lying there. I'm so confused. Maya Fay, I wasn't able to kill her with my own hands after all. But even so, I made her commit the most vile sin a human could commit. And that is... matricide. The sin of killing the own mother. No way! What the fuck? Ah! Getting a headache. I have such a headache. It's true that I was the one who attacked Maya Fay, but even so, the murderer who actually snuffed out Misty Fay's life was none other than your darling little Maya. Ridiculous! That's nonsense! Are you sure about that? Just think about it. There's even evidence supporting these facts, isn't there? What? What do you mean? What is this so-called evidence? The fact that Maya Fay had disappeared is evidence enough, isn't it? Huh? The idea she's still in the sacred cavern is just ridiculous. She wasn't able to escape from the inner temple, that much is obvious. In that case, there's only one place she could be. Where? Do I have to spell it out? The bottom of the Eagle River. Where else? Eagle River? Maya Fay killed her long-lost mother. Can you imagine the guilt she must have felt when she realized that? That's why she threw herself into the Eagle River. Most bodies that wind up in there are lost forever. Except for mine. So, what do you have to say now, Feeny? Kill yourself. Kill yourself! Kill yourself again! Kill yourself again! myself again. Die, 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 die! God damn. My chest hurts. I'm literally having an aneurysm, I think. Who the fuck has their phone on right now? Is that Godot's phone? Oops. Sorry, that's my phone. What kind of ringtone is that? It's his theme song! Dog, how did Phoenix survive? Dude, I think that would have sent me into a fucking spiral and I would have just killed myself. I would have had a panic attack so bad, I think it would have killed me. This man is stronger than me. I'm just so glad this is not real. Like, what the fuck? What kind of ringtone is that? Godot here. Just gonna answer the phone. Okay, thanks. Was it something important? I just finished removing the locks from the sacred cavern. That's great! What about Maya? There was a woman in the cave. Was it Maya Fey? It was the accused, Sister Iris. Huh? Don't look so surprised. I locked her in there yesterday. I just finished telling you that. So, what about Maya? Where is she? There was no one else found inside the sacred cavern. No, it can't be. Who is she channeling right now? She has to be channeling Maya. That's the only thing. That is the only thing. She is the, because there's no way it's Pearls. We saw her this morning. We saw her like right at the beginning of this of the stream. The only person she could be channeling, there's no way she's channeling Elise. Her body was found at Hazakura Temple. The only person she could be channeling is Maya. That is the only person she could be channeling. That's literally, I literally have... Ugh. She's not dead. Channel her ass right now then. Yeah, Maya's channel, yeah, that's what I meant. Maya's the one channeling her, yeah. But that is the only person who could be channeling Dahlia right now, is what I'm trying to say. Because it's not Pearls. Pearls was, we found her, we saw her this morning at the beginning of the trial, before the trial started. No. No! Phoenix, I need you to pull your head out of your ass and do some fucking thinking right now, bro. It seems that this case has come to an end, a tragic end. Sadly, it appears the killer of Elise Donham, also known as Misty Fey, was her own daughter, Maya Fey. Overcome with the guilt for what she had done, Maya Fey jumped to her death in the raging waters of Eagle River. It can't be. Huh. Trike, have you ever heard this one? Once you eliminate the impossible, whatever remains must be the truth, no matter how improbable it may seem. What is that supposed to mean, Prosecutor Godot? According to this witness, Maya Fey threw herself into the Eagle River. However, is that really the truth? Remember, this woman testified earlier that the bridge was already on fire when the murder was taking place in the garden, which means if Maya had thrown herself into the river, it must have been from the inner temple side, near the bridge. That's right, that's where she jumped from. But that's impossible. It's impossible to jump into the river from there. What? Don't get your panties all twisted up, right? Just relax and think through the whole thing again. So it's impossible. Maya couldn't have thrown herself into the Eagle River? Well, Mr. Wright, Miss Hawthorne claims Miss Fey threw herself into the river from the inner temple side. Do you have any evidence that refutes this claim? It's the fucking map, bro. I need y'all to look at a fucking map every once in a while. It's impossible to jump into the Eagle River from the inner temple side. No one knows that better than this witness. What did you say? 11 years ago, you jumped into the very same river. Just take a look at this overhead map. As you can see, below the cliff on the inner temple side is a big rock shelf. Oh, ooh, you're right. She wouldn't have reached the river if she had jumped off from there. In other words, if she had jumped, she should have, oh my god, we should be able to see her body in this photo. Huh, so you finally figured it out. No! Order! You're just playing with me. Maya Fey's body is at the bottom of the Eagle River. There's nowhere else she could possibly be hiding. Miss Hawthorne, have you ever heard this one before? Once you eliminate the impossible, whatever remains must be the truth. Yes, just a few minutes ago. Maya Fey wasn't inside the sacred cavern. We now know that she didn't throw herself into the Eagle River. Correct? That eliminates all the most likely possibilities. Now, although it seems improbable, there's still one other place she could be. What? What is this one possibility you're talking about? That's obviously a bluff. So where is her dead body then? Finally, I think the pieces are falling into place. Normally, the living have no way to punish the dead. But I think there's a way to give Dahlia Hawthorne the ultimate punishment. Shall I tell you, Miss Hawthorne? Shall I tell you where Maya is this very instant? I love being right. There's only one possibility left. Namely, she's right here in this very courtroom. What? Maya Fey is here? You say she's in my courtroom? I love being right! Fuck you, Dahlia. Fuck you, bro. Ugh. Dahlia Hawthorne, I seem to recall that you said I had misunderstood one thing, you see. So what? But I think there's one more thing you misunderstood. What do you mean? Tell me something. At this very moment, who is channeling Dahlia Hawthorne? Gotcha, bitch! Got you, bitch! Why, that's obvious. It's Pearl Fey, that pathetic little sniveling runt. You're wrong. Pearl's tried, but she couldn't do it. Never failed at channeling someone. This is my first time it's happening. Isn't there any explanation as to why you couldn't channel a spirit? It could happen if someone else is already channeling the same spirit. Someone called me before Pearl did? But who? Pearl's even tried again on the day after the crime, but she couldn't do it. What could that mean? I think the truth is becoming clearer to you right about now, am I correct? Wasn't Pearls who channeled you. There was someone who called you before she could. This is an easy one. Pearls couldn't do it, and Misty Fey is gone. There's only one possibility left. Come on already, I can't stand the tension. Dahlia Hawthorne, the person channeling you right now must be Maya Fey. What? Fuck you, bitch. Fuck you. Fuck you. Fuck you. Holy shit. I feel like a weight is being lifted off my shoulders, like as we speak. But how could that be? Remember what this witness Dahlia Hawthorne said about her goal. She said that her goal was to kill Maya Fey. Yes, that's right. The old switcheroo. I love Maya. She's so smart. I love my smart girl. Yeah. Yeah. Yes, that's right. What if Maya Fey channeled the spirit of someone that was trying to kill her? Well, Gramps, what would happen? Could it be? Looks like you finally understand, Your Honor.
Well, I don't. What are you going on about?
What I'm going on about is the reason Maya channeled you is there's only one reason. To protect herself from you.
To protect herself? From me?
Yes. On the night of the crime, you were only interested in one thing. Killing Maya Fey. The path back to Hazakura was closed off and there was nowhere for her to run. Then the problem became, where would be the safest place to hide?
You mean that's when she channeled me?
All this time you thought you'd been channeled by Pearls. That's why it never occurred to you that Maya's hiding place was you.
No, don't say that. You're saying that I, Dahlia Hawthorne, was played for a fool by that little whelp? Maya Fey killed herself. Isn't it obvious?
Sorry, but no. It would have been impossible for her to jump into Eagle River. This was the only avenue to escape open to Maya. The only way Maya could disappear was from the inner temple.
I don't believe you. A stupid little girl like that who has never been out in the real world, she could never have come up with a plan like that. Who could have been given, oh my god, who could have ever given her such a brilliant idea?
Well, me, of course. Oh, I'm lightheaded. Oh my god. Oh my god. I am losing my mind right now. Oh. This fucking rules, bro. Oh. This fucking rules, bro. Holy shit. This fucking... Oh my god. Oh my god. Holy shit, bro. Julie exclaimed calmly. Fuck, bro. Oh man. I am reeling, bro. Ugh. This is fucking fantastic. This is great. This is everything I've ever wanted right now. Oh man. Mia Fey. It's been a long time, Dahlia Hawthorne. Get her ass! Oh my god. So it's true. It was you. Yes. You're something else. Oh yeah, I forgot that, like, seeing each other again for like the first time in a long time. But what are you doing here? That hair, it's pearls, right? Tell me something, Dahlia. I want you to think back to that night one more time. You had just cornered Maya in the inner temple's garden. And then, at the final moments of the fight, you lost consciousness. I was stabbed by Maya Fey. Actually, Maya lost consciousness at the same time as you. She did? Not terribly surprising since she was about to be killed. When she woke up, she was in the training hall.
That's when Maya decided she needed help. So she channeled me. She explained in a memo the situation she was in. She asked me what I thought she should do. She did that? I can't believe it. Of course, I didn't have all the details. But one thing was perfectly clear. And that was, I knew that you couldn't be allowed to wander free. Free? What do you mean? It was a race against time, so I wrote down 2 things that Maya had to do. Channel Dahlia Hawthorne as soon as possible, and lock herself in the sacred cavern until help arrived. So it was Maya who put the lock on there. Yes, but why did you order her to do those 2 things? If she hadn't done it, Dahlia Hawthorne would have been channeled by someone else. By one Pearl Faye. Pearls? Yes, Pearl didn't properly understand the plan, so all she was trying to do was follow her mother Morgan Faye's instructions. If she had succeeded in channeling Dahlia Hawthorne's spirit, things would have turned out very badly, to put it mildly. So that's how it was. Dahlia Hawthorne would have used the body of Pearl Faye to kill Maya at all costs. Yes, it certainly sounds like that was the intent all along. How dare you! I won't forget this. Why not just admit it, Dahlia Hawthorne? Your little plan was nothing but a big failure. Yes, another failure to add to the pile of shame, wouldn't you say? What do you mean by another? Think about it, Dahlia. Remember all your past crimes? Not a single one of them was a success. They all ended in failure. What? How dare you? 11 years ago. The fake kidnapping. Your very first crime. You got your hands on a $2 million diamond, but... After Terry Falls escaped and went to meet with Valerie Hawthorne, the truth was exposed. Shut your mouth! That wasn't my fault! It was because of that stupid oaf of a prisoner and that weakling of a policewoman. And then, 1 year later, you tried to kill me. Well, I'm still alive, but... You wound up killing someone else. As a result, you were sentenced to death. It's one stupid move after another for you, but it's no longer funny. You wipe that smug, happy-go-lucky smile off your face! And now this. You've messed up again. You let Maya Faye escape, even though she was right there in front of you. Mia Faye! Mia Faye! Mia Faye! Mia Faye! You spinster! I was supposed to kill Maya Faye like I swore I would. And if only you had gotten this spiky-haired jerk the guilty verdict, I wouldn't have been hanged to death. True. But I think you finally understand, Dahlia Hawthorne. You will never defeat me. What? What did you say? Whether you're alive, dead, or somewhere in between, you will never defeat me. As long as I'm around, you're destined to lose for all eternity. Ugh. I remember what you said earlier in the trial. You said there was no way we could punish you, because you were already dead. What about it? Then you said, even when the body dies, the spirit, the ego, it lives on forever. That's very true, Dahlia. And that's exactly the punishment you'll never be able to escape from. For all eternity, you'll have to remain as you'll have to remain as Dahlia Hawthorne, a miserable, pathetic, weak creature who can never win at anything. And for you, there is no escape from that. No hope for freedom. Since the day you were executed, the narrow bridge that once stretched out in front of you is burnt to a crisp. Ugh. You're wrong. It can't be. How could I lose to the likes of you?
It no longer matters. I don't care whether you win or lose anymore. The only thing I want is for you to come out of Maya's body right now. I think she's having her mental breakdown. I think she's having her mental breakdown now. I'm not ready. Not ready to go. Goodbye, bitch. Just get the fuck out of here. Oh, baby. Nick, sis. Yeah, girl needs a nap after that one, huh? Shit. Well. Now then. I assume you are the real Iris? Yes, I was just rescued from the sacred cavern. I must say, you and your twin sister are indeed identical from what I can see. In any case, it appears that everything has finally been cleared up. Mr. Godot, what happened to Dahlia Hawthorne? If you ask me, Your Honor, it looks like she went back to hell. Back to the hell she came from. It seems that Misty Faye wasn't the only victim of this crime. Maya Faye, as well as the young Pearl Faye, were also victims of this wicked and selfish plan. Yes, Your Honor. The tragedy of Medium Valley has finally come to an end, as it seems. It would be best for everyone if no further attempt was made to channel that spirit again. You can fucking say that again. Your Honor? Yes, what is it? About this whole spirit medium thing. It's almost weird how comfortable you seem to be with the concept now. Well, to be frank, my younger brother is quite judgmental. He often criticizes me for not studying hard enough. That's why I made a concerted effort to study up on the Kadine channeling technique. Hey, isn't that the New Year's issue of Occult? I've seen quite a few things in my many years on the bench, and in all that time I finally learned that this one thing. Each case is different and takes place in its own world, if you will. In order to fully understand that world, first we have to immerse ourselves in it completely. And that's where my brother and I used to differ. Never thought of it that way. At any rate, it's time to pass judgment on the case of Iris of Hazakura Temple.
Objection!
No! Shut up! Shut up! Shut up. Shut up. Shut up. I need your sexy ass to shut your mouth! It's 9:30. Just let it be over! Fuck. I can't have shit in this house, for real. You're a little too fast with that gavel, Your Honor. It ain't over yet, unfortunately. What do you mean by that, Mr. Godot? This trial, it isn't over yet. That's what he means. What? That's right. Remember what Miss Evil Spirit said in her testimony? Huh? Dahlia's testimony. Caught up with her in front of the stone lantern. And I took out the dagger from the storeroom and... It's strange, but I don't have any clear memory of what happened after that. I think I was stabbed. Just as Dahlia Hawthorne was about to attack Maya, she was stabbed and killed by someone. Yes, that's right. The person that was ultimately killed was a spirit medium that channeled Dahlia. Elise Donham. No, Misty Faye. But who killed her? We still don't know who did it. I had a feeling you were going to say that. I had a really horrible feeling you were going to say that. My chest hurts. all that voice acting really made my chest hurt. So I'm trying not to be too loud. Because I still have neighbors. Like, downstairs at the very least, and, like, next door. I just know those bitches hate me. Still don't know who did it. This isn't over? I wish it was. Unless someone else is found guilty, the accused is still on trial. Can't let her walk until there's evidence that proves her innocence. No way. After all that? This court isn't prepared for any further testimony. The prosecution is ready to call our final witness. Final witness? This one will clear up the whole mystery. The mystery of who killed Misty Faye. Indeed. Is it really all right, Mr. Prosecutor? Of course it's all right, Madam Attorney. My heart is, like, aching for them. Like, that's a whole other thing. Very well, then. Who is this final witness? Isn't it obvious? There's one person who saw the whole event and will put the final dagger in this case. Someone who saw the murder take place? The very person who saw her mother killed in front of her own eyes. You mean Maya? You can't! She can't testify after what she just been through. We need to find the truth. The prosecution calls Maya Faye to the witness stand. Very well. But first, we'll take a brief recess. I need that brief recess! We'll have to wait for Miss Faye to recover before summoning her. Once we receive the doctor's permission, we will proceed with the trial. Hey, Trite, got something to say to you, so listen up. What is it? I don't think much of you as a lawyer. It's always the same with you. You somehow manage to just squeak by without even a feint of understanding the case. Some beautiful woman always seems to come dashing in at the last minute to save you. You've got some nerve. That's not going to happen this time. This time, you're going to have to do this all by yourself. That's enough. This court is now in recess. That man is threatening my life. I'm truly sorry about everything. You were working so hard to defend me, but I was missing all day and we didn't even have a chance to talk. She's right. When I met Iris at the training hall yesterday, they had already switched places, and Iris was inside the sacred cavern. I wanted to at least be in the defendant's box today to root you on. Well, it wasn't your fault. You were locked up this whole time. There's something more important than that, though. I have to ask you. Why did you help your sister out as much as you did? Huh? If you had tried to get help at the sacred cavern yesterday, you wouldn't have spent an entire day locked up in there. My sister, I felt sorry for her. She was abandoned by her mother and never got any love from our father either. Yes, but it's the same for you too, wasn't it? Yes, but at least I had Sister Bikini, who was like a mother to me. If only Dahlia had come with me to Hasakura Temple. I always loved her. Dahlia was always so smart, so strong. She never complained about a thing. That's why I promised her that I would help her. Are you talking about the fake kidnapping case 11 years ago? Yes. I wanted to be useful to her in some way. But, as usual, I was too cowardly, and at the last minute I ran away. Because of that... Dahlia's stepsister Valerie ended up... And that was a case that wounded Mia so badly. But things didn't end there, of course. Some people suspected that my sister was involved in the murder. Some people? You must mean. Yes, 2 defense attorneys. Mia Fey and Diego Armando! Hey, Pookie. I know exactly who you are. After poisoning Mr. Armando, who was getting too close to learning the truth. Dahlia even tried to kill the person who had unknowingly hid the poison for her. You. That's right. Iris. Did we mention before? Was this mentioned before? That Dahlia poisoned Godot? When was this mentioned? I know this was mentioned at some point, very briefly, but like we never mentioned it. We never really talked about it. I feel like I would remember a very big reaction when he breaks the cup. That's when it happened? Damn. There's one more thing I have to ask you. Yes? What is it? On the night of the murder, the person that cleaned up the corpse of the victim, Elise Donham, was it really you? Yes, it was me. That night, after I rang the lights out bell, I went back to my room. At around 10:30, I received a call on my cell phone. I could be wrong, but that was always my interpretation. Honestly, I wouldn't be shocked. It would make sense if it was definitely, like, after the trial, where she gets, or it was after that trial where he breaks the cup. You know? I don't know. There's a problem. Come to the Inner Temple right away. I got on the snowmobile and head for the Inner Temple. But the path to the Inner Temple was cut off. The path to the Inner Temple was cut off, right? Exactly. Can't just leave the body here. So you've got to do this exactly as I say. Got it? It was me. I was the one that received her body. The murder weapon had been left in her body so she wouldn't bleed too much. The staff that Mystic Elise always held. I knew it. So the actual murder weapon was the staff. Yes, that's right. I brought the body back to the Hazakura Temple on the snowmobile. But why? Why did you alter the body? I didn't want anyone to know that the staff was the murder weapon. I didn't want to leave anything that could lead back to Misty Faye. So I dressed her in a robe and stabbed her with the Shichishiro. I wiped the blood off the staff's blade and left it next to her on the ground. Iris, just tell me one last thing. Tell me the name of the person that called your cell phone. The real killer. I'm sorry, Mr. Wright. I can't do it. I can't say who did it. I see. Defendant. Yes? Judge is calling you. He wants you to see you in his chambers. He has some questions about Dahlia Hawthorne. All right. Yes, Kirby. Yes, Kirby. Yeah. Well then, I'll see you later. There's something I want to tell you. Oh, okay. Something she wants to tell me. So it's true. Iris cooperated with the real killer. Maybe from the very beginning. Phoenix. Mia! Pookie Bear, the love of my life! I love Mia. Best character. Mia, how is Maya doing? Physically, I'm not worried. She'll recover completely. But emotionally, she's been hurt very badly by this case. I see. You don't mean she's learned who Elise Stoneham really was? Yes, I went to the medical office and talked with her. I told her everything I knew. But why? Maya is stronger than you think. I knew she could take it, all of it. What do you mean by that? I want you to figure out that answer by yourself. The trial is about to restart. The real killer, do you know who it is yet? Iris wouldn't tell me who called her, but still. I think that just maybe I know who it was. That night, the victim was killed in the garden of the inner temple, and the criminal just wasn't there by accident. Which means that the killer knew of Dahlia's plan from the very beginning. And one more thing. The victim was moved to the Hazakura temple side by pendulum. In other words, the criminal couldn't cross the bridge. That means they were stuck at the inner temple for almost an entire day. Exactly. So the culprit was someone that wasn't in Hazakura temple the following day. It's as much help as I can give you. The rest of the battle is yours to win or lose. Okay, I got it. Thank you, Mia. Finally, it's almost time to bring this case to an end. What exactly did Maya see anyway? And who was it that actually killed Misty Faye? Whoever it was, I have to prove it. Me, all by myself. Mia said, you figure it out. It is very much more than a day. I think I know who it is. I think I know who it is. I think I know who it is. Oh my god. It'd be wild as fuck if it's true, but I think I know who it is. No. A lot of stuff has happened. I am gonna take like a 5-minute break. 1, because my chest hurts. 2, it's just a 5-minute break. Can I get a recap? I don't even know where to start. It's so convoluted right now that I don't even think I can properly recap it for you. Oh god, okay. So Iris, the girl that is the defendant, was the witness on stand, only to find out that it wasn't actually Iris. It was her sister who took over her body. I can't even do it. It was her sister who took over her body, and as her sister then started it, because she started saying stuff that was completely insane, was contradicting herself, and then it was then revealed that it was actually her sister who was dead and was being channeled by, who was channeling and pretending to be, who was being channeled and pretending to be Iris. And then the second part of the trial that we just finished playing through, it was exposed that her intention was pretending. Her intention was to kill Maya, who was stuck in who we were assuming was stuck in the sacred cavern. Only to find out that she was actually being channeled by Maya, and her plan to kill Maya had failed. And she was exposed, and then she got, like, casted out of her body or whatever. Yeah, I know, it's fucking crazy. And now we're at the point where it's like, okay, now we still need to find out who the real killer is, but we know most of what happened, you know? And I think I know who the killer is. I don't want it to be true, and it's gonna be really insane if it is. I'm not going to say who I think it is. It's me. It's been me the whole time, actually. Here, I'm gonna do this because I need to look at something, but I don't want to expose it. Let me save real quick.
Dude. Dude, there's literally... There's nobody else it could be. There's literally nobody else it could be right now. This person is the only person that is not accounted for. Well, you'll find out if I'm right here in a moment. I'll see y'all in about 5 minutes. Holy shit, bro.
Alright. Let's put this bitch to rest. Because if there's anyone that needs a nap right now, it's me. I can't. There we go. I just know that I am going to just fall apart at the seams after this. I hurt so bad. Okay. Are you guys ready for this? 'Cause I'm not. My chest still hurts. Now then, before we proceed any further, I'm going to announce the results of the tests we had performed earlier. Tests? Yes, tests on the bloody dagger that was found stuck in the pine tree. Oh yeah, that. I totally forgot about that. So did I. That's the weapon that Maya Fey used when she fought with the victim. So what are the results? Was it the victim's blood, or... Due to the time constraints, a full test was impossible. However, there's one thing we can say with certainty. The blood that was on the dagger was not the victim's blood. That is all. Now then, let's restart this trial. So it wasn't Misty's blood on the dagger? I have a Hershey bar. I knew this. Then whose was it? I'm sure both the defense and the prosecution know this, but this trial is rapidly coming to a close. Both sides will need to show some firm evidence with their claims. I understand, Your Honor. From what I've heard, the witness is dangerously weak, physically speaking. So let's finish this quickly. Very well, please bring in the last witness. You can't hear it, but Kirby is yelling in the other room. Witness, please tell us your name and profession. Maya Fey. My profession is, I'm the assistant manager at Wright & Co. Law Offices. Aww. According to the magazine I have here, you're a spirit medium at the Canine channeling technique. I'm frightened. The Fey clan, I don't want any more to do with it. Oh, Maya. The pain the Fey bloodline causes must be unbearable. Very well. Now then, Miss Fey. When the event occurred, you were in the garden of the Inner Temple. And you witnessed the moment of Elise Donham's murder. Is this correct? I didn't see any... Straighten up this instant, young lady. Huh? Pick your head up and speak clearly. There's always time for crying later. I know. I know. We're all traumatized, Kirby. Join the club. He's literally just... Come here. You wanna wanna come up here? What do you want? Come here. Do you wanna come up here? Come here. Taking you up. Hoi! Here we go. You're gonna make all this noise, you're gonna be included. Oh my god. Kirby, your butt is in my face now. Alright. Come here, bub. Come here. Are you good? You're not getting on my desk. Stop it. Ow. Alright, whatever. But Your mother was killed right in front of your eyes. There's nothing you can do to change that fact. But there's something you can do. You can finish this. You've been watching the whole thing, right? You've seen the witness come out and you've seen us squeeze the truth out of them. Now it's your turn. Let us hear your testimony. On the night of the crime, what exactly did you see happen? Witness, if you please. Now what are you doing? Yes, Your Honor. That girl is literally traumatized. God damn. I was passing through the garden on the way to the spare prep room when it happened. Suddenly, someone struck me over the head. I stumbled, and I ended up against the stone lantern. When I screamed, I think I screamed, "Help me!" Then something warm splashed over me. That's when I lost consciousness. So you were struck on the head. I suppose it must have been this staff. Maya, the person who hit you. It was Dahlia Hawthorne, wasn't it? I'm sorry, Nick. I couldn't see. I don't know who it was. Maya, think hard. Sorry, Nick, but I really couldn't. Huh. Can't say it was a especially good night for young ladies to be walking around alone. It seems that it will be hard to determine the criminal through testimony alone. Very well then, Mr. Wright. Please begin your cross-examination. Maya, hang in there. She doesn't look well at all. My headache's coming back. Who else was on the inner temple side that night? Well, Sister Bikini, of course, but I remember her saying that Iris would be coming later as well. On the day after the incident, Edgeworth met with Bikini at Hazakura Temple. That means she couldn't be the criminal. So then, did Iris actually come later like she said? Well, let me think. She seems confused. It's probably because she's so tired. No, I'm sure I didn't see her. She must have come while I was preparing for the training. Suddenly someone struck me over the head. Who did it? Who hit you? Well, I didn't see who it was. I was hit from behind. You didn't see the person? But after that, your attacker was in front of you. How could you not see who it was? Oh, let me think for a sec. I'm sorry, I just can't remember. Maya's really having a hard time. What should I do? I feel like I would be an ass trying to press her harder. Considering the conditions of the crime scene, it's not surprising she didn't see her attacker. Huh. So it looks like even you've got some compassion. Rush the judge. That's the word ban, is rush the judge? It's only one word! No, you can have your points back. I need one word. It's only one word. Judging by the testimony thus far, the identity of the attacker was most likely the spirit that was channeled by Elise Stoneham, Dahlia Hawthorne. Sorry, I didn't mean to do that. You're good. I meant to do something else. Sure. Very well. Please continue with your testimony. What happened after you were struck on the head? I stumbled and I ended up against the stone lantern. What happened afterwards? My attacker was in front of me, blocking off my escape, I think. You think? After getting hit like that, I was in a state of panic. There was only two things rolling around in my mind at that time. Well now, this is beginning to get interesting. So what were the two things rolling around in your mind? My name is Maya Fey. 1 + 1 = 2. You see, for some crazy reason, I was afraid I was going to lose my memory. I know it's odd considering my life was in danger, but that's how it was. That's not odd at all. Your actions are understandable given the circumstances. So what did you do then? I think I screamed, "Help me." You think you screamed? You're not sure? Listen, I was a complete wreck. I was dark and I couldn't see my attacker. Was it a man, a woman, an adult, a child? I had no idea. I was scared out of my wits. Believe me, my dear, I'm certain I would have soiled my robes. I thought this person might attack me, so I... Anyway, I'm pretty sure I screamed. I thought it was my last hope. Oh, it sounds like poor little Maya really was out of her mind. But I wonder what she meant by last hope. What do I do? Do I press her for details? My last hope. Yeah, we'll ask. Wait a minute, Maya. What is this my last hope stuff? What? What do you mean by your last hope? No. That's what you said. You said my last hope. Huh? What? I said what? Look, you were facing an attacker that you couldn't see and you screamed, right? You screamed, "Help me." Yeah. But you testified that you screamed that because you thought it was your last hope. Oh, well, you know, that's like, what do you call it when it happens? Maya's not doing so well up there. Oh, yeah, oh, that's right. I remember now. I was facing my attacker, but that's not who I was screaming at. What did you just say? Yeah, that's right. It was the person behind my attacker that I was yelling at. That's who I was screaming to for help. Ah! What is it now? I messed up. I didn't mean to let that slip out. Huh? Witness, are you absolutely sure of what you're saying? Behind the attacker, there was another person? I meant to keep that part a secret. What have I done? Huh. It takes a ton of pressure to make a diamond. That's what I always say. A ton of pressure. You're in a court of law here. You can't make things up and try to hide things in this chamber. Witness, the information you have just presented is vital to this case. I want you to add it to your testimony. See a man behind my attacker in the light of the stone lantern. A man? Who was this man? Well, you see, I couldn't see. You couldn't see? She used this excuse twice now. Well, you know, the lantern light isn't very bright. Lantern light, did you say? There's a great big stone lantern in the garden. They always light it when the acolyte is there for training. Hey, you know what they say, under the lantern, darkness reigns. So I could see the person that was farther away, but not my attacker who was closer. Plus, there weren't any other light sources in the garden at the time. And something warm splashed over me. Who's gonna tell her? Who's gonna tell her? So, there was a man standing behind your attacker. Yeah? That man, He's the killer. He stabbed her from behind. He's the one who killed Elise Donham, otherwise known as Misty Faye, your mother. The killer? Ugh. Maya, you know who killed your mother, don't you? What is the meaning of this, Mr. Wright? To be frank, Your Honor, I think she's in shock and quite confused. That's why she hasn't noticed a huge problem with her testimony. Huh? What do you mean? What problem? Maya, on the night of the crime, the stone lantern was out of commission. Huh? What? It's true. There is no light anywhere in that garden that night. No! Order in the court. Mr. Godot, explain this. Add the pureness of milk to the perfect clear darkness of coffee. Stir. That is the state of the witness's mind right now. A cup of café de latte. De latte? Whatever. De lait! Café au lait. Is that even legal? I don't know French. Thought we've already realized this. Mr. Trite's words are the milk and you are the spoon, Your Honor. I'm a spoon? I'm no spoony bard, I'll have you know. You must have noticed it too, Trite. This witness's mental state is highly unstable right now. It's not hard to understand why she would make a little mistake. It's not hard to understand why she would make a little mistake like that. Sorry, but that's not going to cut it. What did you say? If there truly was no light in the garden, then there's a fatal contradiction in the witness's last bit of testimony. Nick? May I? Recall the witness's statement about her attacker. She said that she didn't know if it was a man or a woman, an adult or a child. And yet, the witness could describe a person that was standing behind her attacker. She quite clearly described him as a man. Ugh. In other words, that would have to mean that Maya actually saw our mystery person. Despite it being so dark, she couldn't see the face of her own attacker. No! Order! What is the meaning of all this, Mr. Wright? Are you saying Miss Faye saw the real killer under pitch black conditions? Trite, do you have any idea what you're proposing? How could she have seen in the dark? There was no other light source at the scene. There were some things that you can only see in the dark, Mr. Godot. Maya, you did see who the killer was in the dark, and now you're trying to cover for him. Cover? For the man that killed her mother? There's only one conclusion I can draw from this. You know who this man is. Please, Nick. I don't know anything. Please, I'm begging you. Huh. You talk a good game, Trite. Let's see if you can walk the walk. It was pitch black, so what could the witness see? I'm calling your bluff. No, Nick, don't. Please stop. Maya is dead set on protecting this guy. The man who murdered Maya's long-lost mother. But I can't let him get away with it. No, you can. You can. You actually can. I am actually telling you, you definitely should let him get away with this. Let him get away with this. Let him get away with this. I'm a lawyer, an officer of the court. I'm here to find the truth. Phoenix, I need you to stop. Stop doing it. Whatever you're doing, stop it. All right, Mr. Wright, time to show us what you've got. Who is this person you say Miss Faye saw in the darkness? No. No. My heart is hurting so bad right now. I can finally show you who I thought it was originally. I want to cry, bro. I can't, I want Dude, I'm so heartbroken.
Because it was pitch black, Miss Faye was able to recognize the killer easily. I'm sure the court would like to see for itself how this is possible, yes? What? But how do you propose to show us something like that? It's easy. We just need to recreate the conditions of that night. Conditions? Your Honor, the defense officially requests that all the lights in this courtroom be turned off. What? This is... But it can't be! What the fuck? Oh my god. Fuck. I'm actually gonna start crying for real. Oh, no. I'm totally not teary-eyed. I don't even like this guy. Dude, this is so sad. I'm genuinely, like, about to start crying. This one hurts. I don't know why, but it hurts really bad. Why does this one hurt? Why am I crying? Dude, I'm so serious. What the fuck? I am literally in so much pain right now, bro. Dude, my heart, I can't take anymore. This is why I take breaks in between. But I said I was gonna do the whole trial, bro. The only reason I knew is because he's the only person that was not accounted for at all. He's the only one, and I'm pretty sure off the top of my head, he showed up after we were able to get access to the bridge again, and he showed up. Like, this is the only, he's the only one not accounted for after
after the murder happened and after they lost access to the other side of the bridge, he's the only one that was not accounted for. And that's how I figured it out. The whole thing about his mask glowing, yeah, I didn't figure that out, but technically so did Pearl, but Maya's testimony said it was a man. Yeah. Like, but I figured it out before that. I figured it out before she said it was a man. That was... I say you still haven't figured it out. Probably not. Honestly, I wouldn't be shocked. I still want to cry, bro. This is a great shot of him, by the way. This is just a wonderful shot. I would make that the thumbnail of the VOD, but like, that would just be massive spoilers. Alright, I'll continue. That was a nice bit of deduction, right? Now my heart is in two. Well, everyone, this is the man Maya saw on the night of the murder. Order, order, order! Prosecutor Godot, what is the meaning of this? Surely you must be shocked to hear yourself accused of such a thing. Why aren't you denying it? Your Honor, you're asking the wrong person. What do you mean by that? If you've got a question, ask the witness. That's one of my rules. Well, Maya, how about it? What you saw that night? Was it 3 glowing red lights? Well, witness, answer the question. You're wrong. I never saw that. Maya. I thought the person that stabbed my mother was a man. For a totally different reason. What? Now I just don't believe her. Now I just don't believe her. Stop your chattering, Your Honor. Chattering? If it's worth asking, ask the witness. That's one of my rules. All right. Well then, let's continue with the testimony. Please tell us how you knew the killer was a man. Yes, Your Honor. I didn't realize it until after I woke up, but... When I came to, I was just lying there on the training hall floor. By the time I got back to the garden, the place had totally changed. The torches were lit, the body was gone, and all the snow around the stone lantern had been carefully cleaned up too. Since the person did all that work alone, I had just assumed it was a man. No, but that explains so much though. Oh, brother. I'm understanding what's happening now. I think I'm getting it. He didn't clean up the blood on the... He cleaned up everything around the lantern, but he didn't clean up the lantern itself because he couldn't see it. I don't know, man. I don't know. Since the person did all that work alone, I just assumed it was a man. So it was after the crime took place that the witness came to think the killer was a man. Yes, that's right. I'm sorry, Your Honor. No need to apologize. It's as Mr. Godot said, you're utterly exhausted. It's only natural that you would be a little confused. I want to cry again, bro. This hurts so bad. If you consider the situation you described, it doesn't seem too much of a stretch to assume the culprit was a man. Mr. Wright, proceed with your cross-examination. So you lost consciousness when you were in the garden, is that right?
Yes, I think. I think it happened when the victim was stabbed.
So then the person that carried you into the inner temple
Could only have been the killer.
He's so quiet, bro.
I know, it is him.
I want to cry so bad. I just want to cry. This literally physically is hurting me right now. That's what I think too. So the killer carried Maya into the inner temple. By the time I got back to the garden, the place had totally changed. Naturally, the killer must have done it, right?
Yes, I think so.
But why would the killer tamper with the crime scene like that? There must have been something that the killer desperately wanted to hide.
I don't know.
Looks like she doesn't have enough confidence. I think I need to gather some more information before I ask her again. The torches were lit?
Yes, that's how I noticed that the whole scene had changed.
I was going to say it was the killer who lit the torch. The torches. I mean, who else could it be?
The killer probably lit them since it's impossible to cover up work in the dark. However, if that's true, there's one thing that still bothers me. Why did the killer go to the effort of moving the body?
That's true. It's hard to see how that would be any advantage to the killer. The only one who would gain anything from that would be the only person that was in the inner temple, Maya.
Very well, let me hear some more about the condition of the crime scene.
So you're saying the killer cleaned up the snow? It did look really odd. Snow was removed in the unnatural-looking rectangular shape around the lantern. There were a lot of shovels around the inner temple, and they're all really heavy, way too heavy for me to use.
An odd fellow indeed, this killer. Why on earth would anyone want to take snow away?
Well, there's one thing I can think of. Didn't you say that oh my god, didn't you say that a lot of the victim's blood sprayed onto the snow?
Yeah.
The area it collapsed in ended up being splattered. In other words, the killer's purpose was to hide the bloody snow. I think that's the most reasonable explanation.
Perhaps. However, there's something that's bothering me. If the killer just wanted to hide the snow with blood on it, there's no need to remove that amount.
That's true. He could have scooped up just the snow that was stained with blood.
It looks like there are still some mysteries behind this issue, but I think this will help explain them.
Since the person who did all that work alone, I just assumed it was a man. So you're saying that you never saw the killer, right?
Yes.
But earlier you very clearly stated that you saw a man behind your attacker.
Nick,
I'm sorry. Killer certainly went through a lot of trouble, moving the body by pendulum, manipulating the crime scene. But for what purpose? Why do all that? Maybe Maya knows more than she's letting on. Bro, I can't do this anymore. My heart literally I feel like I'm being stabbed. That's also probably because my chest just hurts really bad still. I think as I know that he's probably doing it, probably like for Mia's sake, because, you know, he probably just really loved Mia and shit like that, and he wanted to protect Maya and shit like that, and man, it just, my heart hurts really bad. I know he probably just didn't do any of this for like a really like heinous reason, but he did do it anyway, you know? don't know exactly what the evidence would be other than just straight up presenting Godot to it. I don't know, man. I actually don't know what to do here. Cause I know why all of it was cleaned up. Like I know why it was all cleaned up around there, but it wasn't cleaned up on the stone lantern. We very clearly saw him react to it and shit. Like, I just don't really know how to prove it right now. I'm about to look at the walkthrough here in a minute. Did I press this? I don't even remember anymore. What the fuck? Okay, there's no way I pressed on this. Hold on. I'm just gonna go back because I can read it. Naturally, the killer must have done it, right? Yes, I think so. But why would the killer tamper with the crime scene like that? There must have been something that the killer desperately wanted to hide. Yes. The truth is, when I saw the crime scene, I felt something. You did? Yes. I felt like the killer was hiding the evidence for me, for my sake. What? Hiding it for you? Everyone knew that I was the only one at the inner temple that night. If Sister Bikini had come back and looked at the garden, she may have thought that you had done it. No, she definitely would have thought so. And you're saying that's why the killer cleaned up the crime scene to make it look like nothing had happened? Yes, I'm sure of it. Well, that's certainly an important piece of information. I want you to add it to your testimony. Yes, Your Honor. Why did I not press that? Is this where I... Is he... I had full confidence in that answer that I wasn't even gonna... The body of Elise Donim was carried all the way to Hazakura Temple's courtyard. At the garden, the real scene of the crime, the snow that we had suspected was covered in blood was scooped up and removed. It's reasonable to believe that this was done in an attempt to hide the true crime scene. However, there's still one matter that seems somewhat odd. Oh? And what would that be? You must have figured it out by now, Mr. Godot. The message written in blood on the lantern. It was written very clearly on the white stone lantern. Maya. If the killer was so motivated to protect Maya from suspicion, then why didn't they wipe off the writing on the lantern? Ah, you're right. Order, but Mr. Wright, isn't it a fact that the killer was trying to cover up the crime scene? Indeed, but it doesn't make much sense to move the body and remove the bloody snow, and then not wipe off the most incriminating thing of all, the bloody writing. But if that's the case, do you have an explanation for the killer's mysterious behavior? Why would this killer move the body and remove all that snow, but leave the bloody writing on the lantern? I don't know what the killer's plan was, but it's a fact that the killer left the writing on the lantern. There must be a reason for it. Well then, Mr. Wright, let's hear your opinion. Why did the killer leave the message written in blood on the lantern? Okay, I'm gonna save here just in case so I don't fuck up again. Killer didn't notice it. Because if we're still going off of the killer being Godot, we've already seen and we know for a fact that he did not know it was there. Prosecutor Godot, earlier in this trial, you had given me some good advice. Once you eliminate the impossible, whatever remains must be the truth. Maybe you're not as dumb as I thought. The real killer wanted to disguise the fact that the crime had occurred there. But if that's the case, they wouldn't have left the bloody writing on the stone lantern on purpose. Therefore, it must mean that they didn't notice it. But that doesn't make any sense. The torches were all lit and everything. There's no way any normal person would miss something as glaring as that. You're right. There is no way any normal person would. What are you trying to say, Mr. Wright? There's only one person involved in this incident who could have missed seeing the bloody writing altogether. And who would that be? Who was the person that could have failed to notice the bloody writing? I literally can't do this anymore. I literally cannot do this anymore. Mr. Godot, this is what you said yesterday. My eyesight is pretty messed up. Even with these huge goggles over my head, I still can't see everything. You can't see everything? Is that correct, Mr. Godot? This lantern was submitted as evidence today. I would like the court to think back to the moment it was first presented. This lantern, there's something written on it. Why is it written? It's written in blood. Nonsense. This lantern, it's as clean as a whistle. At that point, I would, like, if that was me, my ass would not have said anything. I just would have been pissed to myself. Mr. Godot, just admit it. There are certain colors you can't see, correct? You can't see red on a white background, can you? That's right. We went through this once before. During the poisoning case at TRILOGY. That's where it was mentioned. Thank you. I literally forgot. I forgot exactly where we brought this up, but I knew for a fact he couldn't see it. I couldn't remember, but I knew, you know what I meant. There's somehow spilled coffee on, and somehow spilled coffee on. There's something still bothering me, Mr. Godot. Why have you not explained the bloodstain to the court? Bloodstain? What bloodstain would that be? Don't play games, prosecutor. The bloodstain, the blood-colored stain that's smeared all over the apron. That's ridiculous. No one told me anything about a bloodstain. You could see the coffee on the white apron, but you couldn't see the ketchup because it was red. Huh. It's strange. In a black and white photo, those letters would have appeared black to me. I wonder, why am I the only one that can't see them? So then, Mr. Godot, are you admitting it? Are you admitting that you can't see the red writing on the lantern? Hey, Gramps, didn't you know? That's the reason I don't drink red tea. I wasn't sure about it until now, but I just can't believe it. Prosecutor Godot is the murderer. Now you believe it? Now you believe it. I need you to be. And doesn't wear red. Yeah, that explains why he doesn't wear the red shirt anymore, too. But there's no going back now. I finally figured out the truth. And my heart hurts because of it. Mr. Godot, the defense at this time formally accuses you. You're the murderer of Miss Elise Donan, also known as Miss Misty Faye. It's hard to believe this may be true. However, once again, Mr. Wright has brought up a disquieting fact about you. Just make sure you don't fill out the indictment in red ink, Gramps. Come on, how does a little graffiti make me into a killer? Besides, it's not like it's my name that's written there. I'm certain that the killer wasn't able to see the color red. This is rich. Do go on, Wright. Do go on, Trite. Sorry. The answer is right there at the crime scene. In the snow. The snow? How so? Well, for example, why did the killer move all that snow? Your Honor, you said it yourself. He wanted to hide the bloody snow, so why take it out of just that area? Yes, why did he take it out of that area? Why didn't he take just that area? Oh. Could it be? Yes, the killer couldn't see the red blood that had seeped into the snow, and so he had to remove all of the snow. He couldn't be sure of where the blood had landed, so he removed the whole area. Isn't it more likely that the killer couldn't see the blood because it was dark? Not a chance. The torches were all lit. He could have been able to see it just fine. It seems that once again, this trial has taken an unexpected turn, to say the least. Can you explain this, Mr. Godot? He did also miss the red talisman. Wait just a minute. Maya. What is it, witness? Mr. Godot isn't the killer. After all, he didn't even come to the inner temple until 2 days after the murder took place. He didn't show up until after the old bridge got fixed up. Maya. Can't testify to something like that. Why? What do you mean? I may not look at... After the murder happened, you didn't even exist. She didn't? I'm afraid I don't follow. Are you senile, old man? We just established this a little while ago. After the murder, this witness was unconscious for a long time. Because she was channeling Dahlia Hawthorne. My chest is hurting from all... I'm pretty sure my chest is also hurting from doing all of the deep voices. Oh, that's right. Please, Your Honor, please let me add to my testimony. Nick, please listen to me. Maya. Do you plan to cover for Godot no matter what at the cost? If that's the case, then I've got no choice. Your Honor, let's hear her testimony. That means we're going to hear the whole truth. I say we should not silence her. Huh. Nicely done, Trite. Very well, let's hear the witness's testimony. Please tell us what happened at the inner temple after the murder. Yes, sir. After I woke up, I began channeling, and my spirit left me, as it were. But little Pearlie was there at the inner temple, too. Pearlie was also stuck on the inner temple side that night. The next morning, she looked around it but couldn't find anyone. The next day, when the bridge was finally fixed, she was in the spirit prep room. That's when Mr. Godot arrived at the inner temple for the first time. He found Pearlie first and cheered her right up. Who is this Pearlie? It's my little cousin, Pearl Faye. So when did you hear about this? Oh, just a while ago when I was in the medical office. I'm terribly sorry. But what you heard from someone else is simply not admissible as testimony. What? Come on! Pearlie would never tell a lie. She's a way more honest person than I will ever be. Real smart, Maya. You always know the best things to say when you're under oath. Huh. The prosecution has no objection. We believe the witness. Mr. Godot. Let's just move on to the cross-examination if the defense has no objections. This is highly unusual, but... Well, Mr. Wright? Let's get this cross-examination started. I hate it here. I just want to know how much longer I have. Pearlie was also stuck on the inner temple side that night. So where do you think Pearl slept that night? In the spare prep room right next to the training hall, I guess. There's a rule that you can't enter the training hall during the Acolyte's training. But even so, why did she go to the inner temple in the first place? Seems that Pearls became very worried about Maya. She knew that spiritual training I was about to undergo was very intense. Pearls was supposed to channel Dahlia Hawthorne, but she couldn't do it. That's why she headed to the inner temple. However, Dahlia Hawthorne was already there, possessing the body of Elise Donem. The next morning, she looked around but couldn't find anyone. She searched the entire inner temple side, end to end. Well, you see, Pearlie gets pretty scared when she's alone, and there weren't many places to look. She says that she even went back and forth several times. The inner temple side has two structures, the training hall and the spare prep room. And there's also a storage shack, I think. That's about it. There was a storage shack too? Pearls was looking for other people, right? Would she have really examined a storage shack that carefully? Well, if it was me, that would be the first place I would investigate. So that means it's possible that someone may have been hiding in the storage shack. The next day, when the bridge was finally fixed, she was in the spare prep room. Oh, God. Pearls didn't hear the sound of them working on the bridge. What do you mean? I was just wondering why she would stay in the prep room. If it was me, I'd at least go out and wait at the foot of the bridge. Oh, well, Pearlie said that she was sleeping at the time. She said she was so scared during the night that she couldn't sleep well and woke up a bunch of times. Poor little girl, all alone like that. Well, we know that she at least had one friend in the sacred cavern, Dahlia Hawthorne, who was busy battling with the trick lock. She couldn't let anyone see her, so she wouldn't have shown herself to Pearls. What happened after the bridge was finally fixed? It's when Mr. Godot arrived at the inner temple for the first time. So it was your first time in the inner temple side, Mr. Godot? That's funny. Am I imagining things, or did the defense ask me a question? Mr. Wright, please save your questions for the witness. What you heard from someone else is simply not admissible as testimony. Those are your words, Your Honor. Touché, Mr. Wright. Oh, well. What do you have to say, Mr. Godot? Hot nights and even hotter coffee. That's what I always say. If I hadn't been for this case, I never would have visited there. A freezing cold temple in the mountains. I think I'll pass. So he had never visited Hazakura Temple or the Inner Temple, huh? Huh. You want me to say something, Trite? In any case, I have to find the crack in Godot's armor. Well, I cross-examine Maya, that is. Very well, please go on with your testimony. After fixing the bridge, the policeman came over to the Inner Temple side, right? Yes, then Mr. Godot... He found Pearlie first and cheered her right up. He cheered her up? That's what Pearlie said. She said he was a very nice older gentleman. Thank you for looking after my cousin, Mr. Godot. And here I was thinking you were nothing more than a coffee addict. Huh. Cut it out. You're making me blush. This guy is really beginning to get on my nerves in more ways than one. The truth is there aren't many places to look in the inner temple side. The policemen were all busy going over the garden with fine-tooth combs. So I decided to carry out an investigation my own way, Godot style. I'm the same way. I like to hand down verdicts in my own way, judge style. Maybe I should ask some questions, Phoenix style. So you cheered Pearls up? When I found that little girl, that first thing she asked was about her cousin, Maya Fey. Really? The bridge had burned down and she was huddled up in that tiny shack with no heat. Even though she must have truly had a terrifying night out there, she asked about you before she said a thing about herself. Pearly. I noticed that you weren't anywhere in the inner temple side, but I couldn't find it in me to tell her that. So I gave her my last cup. With milk and sugar, to hide the bitterness of the harsh truth. What a sweet story. He had a thermos of coffee? Why doesn't that surprise me? Only one thing of any importance here. Where was Godot when the murder was taking place? He must have already been in the inner temple when it happened. Otherwise, he couldn't have killed Elise Donem. I just skipped through the thing that I needed to look at. You said that you conducted an investigation of your own. Did you find anything? It looks like my investigation went about as well as yours, Trite. After all, I did miss the bloody writing on the lantern. Well, I didn't miss it, so speak for yourself, Goggles. The only odd thing I discovered was a beauty in the training hall. Beauty? Misty Fey, naturally. Clad in her stunning Japanese garb surrounded by the hue and aroma of Western tastes. Goggles, I take offense to that. Western tastes? Could he find a stranger way to describe gravy? Wow. So from there, you headed for the prep room? Wait a sec. What did Godot just say just now? I think I found his proverbial weak spot. What? What was the weak spot? I'm so confused. I'm so confused. There we go. I was presenting it on the wrong one. Because how did he know that was Misty Faye, I think is the question that they were asking. What is happening? Fuck if I know anymore. A lot of shit is happening. Mr. Godot, first time you crossed Dusky Bridge and went to the Inner Temple was long before the murder took place. Well, why do you say that? Because he just made one fatal slip-up. The hanging scroll in the training hall. Hanging scroll? But Mr. Godot is right. That scroll only shows a picture of my mother. Maya, I know you know who it is, but there's something you don't know. By the time the bridge was repaired 2 days after the murder, the hanging scroll in the training hall looked like this. What's that wonderfully delicious smell? The morning after the crime, someone covered it with gravy. Gravy? But why gravy, Nick? Because gravy was much more than a condiment to the culprit. Well, Mr. Godot, if you really hadn't seen the hanging scroll until after the murder, you wouldn't have had any way of knowing that it was Misty Faye. Wait a minute, Nick! Yes? Take another look at the hanging scroll. Look, at the top. There's a crest there. Ah, that's the mark of the master, correct? Exactly. So if you know the meaning of the mark, then you could guess that it was a picture of Misty Faye on there. True, but Mr. Godot described what was underneath like this. Clad in her stunning Japanese garb, surrounded by the hue and aroma of Western tastes. Oh. Yes, it's possible that he knew what the crest meant. However, he couldn't have known that she was wearing Japanese clothing. Mr. Godot, on the day of the murder, you were hiding in the Inner Temple long before the crime took place. Can I ask you just one thing, Trite? What is it? This whole theory of yours. It all rests on a certain assumption. That I knew beforehand that a crime was going to be committed. That's right! Otherwise there's no reason for him to sneak onto the crime scene. Of course Mr. Godot knew about the plan. Huh? What did you say? Is it really possible that another person knew of that plan? What? Is he talking about Dahlia Hawthorne? Now show the cup he left at the crime scene, just kidding. Is he? The medium lady? Are you talking about Morgan? Morgan would not have known. She's in solitary confinement. If you're talking about Bikini, probably the fuck not. If you're talking about Misty, I couldn't fucking tell you anymore. I know I went back a ways, but... Fuck, I went back a far ways. Hold on. I'm saving so I don't have to skip through all that again. Aha! I had to look at the walkthrough for that one. There was no way I was gonna get that one without help. I also needed to look at to make sure I chose the right one when I was doing it again. This crime was actually planned over a year ago. Morgan Fay authored the plan for her daughter's future. And these instructions were hidden somewhere in Fay Manor for a year. However, by the time Little Pearls found these instructions, they had already been unsealed. Unsealed? Yes, the killer had read these instructions long before Pearls ever found them. That's how we knew the crime was to take place at the Inner Temple. And you still insist this crafty killer is me? You bet I do. But you just said that the instructions were hidden. That's right! Mr. Godot couldn't have known where the instructions were hidden. If he really wanted to know, he had one great chance to find out. Yes, and when was that? During a visit. A visit? Morgan Fay told her daughter Pearl about where the instructions were hidden. During one of her visits to the detention center. That would be the only time for someone to have learned where they were hidden. Eavesdropping on a visit at the detention center? Yes, it could be arranged if you were someone with easy access in and out of there. Like, for example, a prosecutor such as Godot. Now that's crazy work. Order, order, order! Mr. Godot, you're under fire again. This murder could not have been carried out without prior knowledge. And you were the only one who could have acquired this information before the murder. Yes, I know, it's crazy. Humans are afraid of the dark. And yet, at the same time, we're fascinated and bewitched by it. Maybe that's why humans drink the darkness that is coffee. Sorry for always asking, but what does that mean? It means there's a reason for everything. According to your theory, the killer in this case eavesdropped on the conversation during a jail visit where he learned of a hidden plan for a crime. After discovering the plans, he hid in the Inner Temple and waited for the crime to occur. Then he ultimately took a person's life. And he did all of that just to protect this witness? That's right. If you're accusing me of this crime, I have to ask you, why would I do this? This girl is nothing but a stranger to me. I've got no reason to go through that kind of trouble to protect her. I am what you see. I'm certainly not the type to rescue a damsel in distress. The killer's behavior is certainly extreme, for lack of a better word. Even considering that the killer wanted to protect this witness's life, his behavior is still a little too unnatural. However, you had a good reason, didn't you, Mr. Godot? An unshakable reason that forced you to protect this witness at all costs. I knew it. You figured it out, haven't you, Nick? Bitch, I figured it out, like, ages ago! Maya, I guess you were doing your best to cover for Godot. For the same reason, huh? Bro was trying to hit? Not her! Not her, but you'll see who he was in a minute. Okay, Trike, I'm all ears. Let's hear it. It's very simple. Maya Fey is a lot more than just a stranger to you. What's this? There's one person who lies at the very center of this whole story. One person that ties you and Maya Fey together inextricably. There's a very good reason why Maya's life is so precious to you. After all, she's Mia Fey's only sister. Mia Fey? You once worked alongside her. Yeah, there you go! There you go! That was when you were a defense attorney. Wait a second here. Mr. Godot is is a defense attorney? With your Honor's piercing intellect, you must have figured it out by now. Yeah, we're just having a grand old time here in the comments. He is so down bad. Bitch is so down bad. I could have told you that. I know, man is so down bad. I know. I know. Can you believe it? I know, Kirby. This is crazy. Blunts, I really highly suggest watching the beginning of this game. Not like this trial, I mean the beginning of this game, Trials and Tribulations. It will all make sense. The real name of this man who calls himself Godot, his real name is Diego Armando. I'm gonna do my own trilogy, yes. Isn't that right? Yeah, I'd remember that sexy ass anywhere. The last time someone called me by that name was over 6 years ago. Diego Armando. That name rings a bell. It should, Your Honor. All of this is related to a single case. And a case in which a convict named Terry Falls killed himself. Mia faced first time in court. The tragic outcome left a deep wound in her heart. She knew that behind it all was a heartless, scheming demoness in disguise. But in the end, Mia couldn't tear off that disguise. However, there was one man who reached out to help her. Diego Armando, a senior defense attorney at the office where Mia worked. It's my fault. It's my fault that Mr. Falls killed himself. Mia, can't cry yet. The only time a lawyer can cry is when it's all over. You make this game so fun. Thank you! I was moved by her. The way she put all her faith in her clients. That pure, sweet heart of hers. That's why I could never forgive Dahlia Hawthorne. Mia and I thoroughly investigated that fake kidnapping incident. Then one fateful day, Dahlia Hawthorne wanted to meet with me. It had been 6 months since the trial. We met in a courthouse cafeteria. I just remembered. 6 years ago, right here in this courthouse, you were poisoned. Even I didn't see it coming. Dahlia Hawthorne slipped some poison into my coffee. Some newspapers at the time called it a murder, but very little information about the case was released to the press. But you weren't dead at all. No official reports ever actually called it a murder. I was just in a deep, deep coma. Oh, what color did you dye your hair? It's a nice little break. I'm giving myself asking that question. I see. My body shut down and my life became nothing but a long, deep sleep. That woman's poison did a real number on my central nervous system. I lost my sight and all of my hair turned white down due to the damage it caused. It's terrible. Apparently it was a miracle that I ever regained consciousness. 5 years had passed since I drank that poison brew. Then one morning, my eyes flew open from the smell of a doctor's cup of coffee. 5 years? You were asleep for 5 years! And the worst possible news was waiting for me. Mia Fey was dead. From the very moment I opened my eyes, I had already lost everything I thought I had. The woman I loved had been murdered. I feel like I've been stabbed in the chest, like, over and over and over again, and it hurts. And the woman I loathed had been sentenced to death. The woman you loathed? The woman who had spiked my scalding hot coffee, Dahlia Hawthorne. Good old Mia. She didn't let me down. She got her revenge before she checked out. In the end, there wasn't anyone waiting for me when I woke up. It's so sad. For someone like me, for someone who had slept away their best days, there were only 2 reasons left to live. And it was for those 2 reasons that I decided to become a prosecutor. If I may ask, what were your 2 reasons to live? The first was you, right? Huh? Me? If I hadn't drank that stupid poison, Mia Fey would have never died, much less the way she did. You were the only one who was there to protect her, and you let her die. This is all your fault. It wasn't like that. I wanted to see for myself what kind of man you really were. So that's why you became a prosecutor. My other reason for living, she goes by the name of Mia Fey. Huh? You mean me? You were the only way I could make up for the sin of not saving Mia. 1 year ago when the Kadine Village incident was resolved. I know it's sad. It's terrible. I know, it's insanely terrible. It was obvious that Morgan Fey was planning something. Whatever her evil plan was, I was determined to stop it. My role as a prosecutor put me in the perfect position to do something about her. That's how you overheard Pearls' visit with Morgan at the detention center. I knew that at the time, the time was drawing near. Since I knew the plan, I thought I could foil it. My goal was to outwit the plan. I thought if I could do that, I could keep the girl from being caught up in it. That makes sense. So we turn into Lawyer Batman. Real. If Pearls had known that the actual purpose of the plan was to kill Maya, she never would have helped out. Finally, the day of the plan was drawing near. I contacted both of my accomplices. Accomplices? Iris of Hazakura Temple and Misty Fey. I especially needed the help of Iris. She was to take the fall in my backup plan in case we couldn't control Pearl Fey. But how did you contact my mother? She had been missing for almost 20 years. Officially, yes. What? What do you mean, officially? You've heard about it, haven't you? About the strong ties between the Main family and the government? Now that you mention it, Bikini did say something to that effect. She said that the Master of Kadine had great authority. Even without her official position, Misty Fey still wielded great influence. The police had been keeping an eye on her movements all this time. That's how I was able to contact her. Again, because my position as prosecutor. So my mother was cooperating with you? Do you mind? I know you're sad. Because this is all so terrible in this game that you probably have no idea what's going on in. You can come up here. Or don't, I guess, that's fine. Don't ever forget, no matter how far away from you she was, she never stopped thinking about you. She was always... That's why I knew she would do anything to protect you. If you want to know how strong her resolve was to protect you, look at her staff. Her staff? The one with the sword in it? The day the plan was to be carried out arrived soon enough. We met for the first time at Hazakura Temple. That's when your mother showed me her special staff. I realized it then, just how far she was willing to go. She was ready to use that sword to protect you from Morgan Fey if necessary. Yes, even if it meant paying the ultimate price. Mother... That night, the night of the crime, there was just one way to stop Morgan's evil plan. You mean Pearls? Don't you? We had to make sure she didn't channel Dahlia Hawthorne. Well, Pearl, what are you going to do tonight? Well, if you'd like, you can come to my room. Perhaps we can read some books together. We thought we could prevent her from playing her part in Morgan's plan, but she never showed up. She was worried and followed me to the inner temple. That was the thing we were most afraid of. And that's why Misty Fey had to do all the channeling herself. She channeled Dahlia Hawthorne into her own body. What? What do you mean? If she channeled the spirit first, then Pearls wouldn't be able to do it herself. As master of the Quran, Misty Face power was supreme. So that's how it went down. She channeled Dahlia Hawthorne so Pearl Faye wouldn't be able to. What? Is this true? My role in the plan was to make sure no one was going to hurt Maya Faye. That's why I hid myself at the inner temple, just in case you needed to be saved from Dahlia Hawthorne. Godot. Anyway, that's all I'm going to admit to. Trite. Huh? There's no doubt about it. You're a great defense attorney. But you're going to have to do the rest yourself. The background leading up to this incident has been laid bare. There's just one question remaining, Mr. Wright. Who killed the victim? There are only two possible suspects right now. Maya Faye, and I'm sad to say, you, Mr. Godot. Well, Trite, if you're the real deal, then finish this thing once and for all. Show us beyond a shadow of a doubt that you can finish this on your own. No, Nick, please don't. Maya, I heard the whole thing from my sister in the medical office. That's why I have to protect Mr. Godot. I can't do it. I can't testify against him. After all, he's the man who put his life on the line to protect Mia. And me too. Maya, I know that. Nick? Even so, it doesn't absolve him of his crime. Please, Maya, testify. Based Maya, real. Miss Faye, your testimony, please. This is the final testimony. Don't bother trying to hide anything because I'll know. I want to hear the truth from your own lips. I understand. I'm sure you're right. I'm ready now, Nick. All right, young lady, tell us about the moments before you lost consciousness. What exactly happened at the time of the murder? I want to cry so hard, bro. All I know is that this is literally it, so... This is probably the last one. This is the last thing. This is the final testimony and cross-examination I'm gonna have to do for this game. Before I do it again for the other games. Everything hurts. Just before it happened, I think I saw some red lights, 3 of them. I thought I'd ask for help, but just then I was splattered with blood. She wasn't dead though, and she struck back at the enemy behind her. Suddenly, the red lights went out and the whole area was dark. Just at that moment, there was a horrible scream. Right after that, Dahlia collapsed and I lost consciousness. These red lights, I thought you said you don't remember seeing them. I'm sorry. I thought I saw them, but then they disappeared all of a sudden. Huh. Things break, Trite. Even the best of theories. Who was it that stabbed Misty Faye? It looks like you still can't prove it. Maya is telling the truth this time, I know it. The rest is up to me. I'm sorry, I gotta pull up the guide because I am so tired. All right. Proceed with your final cross-examination of the witness. Just before it happened, I think I saw red lights, 3 of them. Lights shining in the dark? I don't think you could make a mistake about that. Yeah, you're right, I think I saw them, but I can't say for certain. And I can't tell you for sure if they were coming from Mr. Godot's mask either. I don't get the feeling she's covering for him anymore, but... Maya's life was in terrible danger at the time. There's no way she could remember the details of the scene perfectly. Alright then, let's go on to the testimony. What did you do when you saw the red lights? That blood. Was it Dahlia Hawthorne's blood? I think so, probably. Just at that moment, I heard a soft scream that seemed to be close by. It was a woman's voice. So that was when the killer stabbed the victim from behind with a murder weapon. Is that right? Without a doubt, Maya was in the middle of a really dangerous situation. Anyway, the victim was stabbed by the murder weapon. What happened after that? She wasn't dead though, she was struck at... She struck at the enemy behind her. Struck back? How do you know that? Well, you're right. I didn't see it exactly, but I could tell by the sounds of their breathing and movement, and also the smell of blood. You have witnessed more horror than any young lady should have ever in one life. So then, what did you do at that point? I couldn't move. I could just barely make out their shadows moving in the dark, but I had no idea what to do. Did you still see the red lights you mentioned earlier? Yes, I think so, but... Suddenly their lights went out and the whole area was dark. They went out? Yes, suddenly I couldn't see them at all. What could it mean? The red lights were coming from Godot's mask, and they went out right in the middle of the fight. Maybe the mask was damaged. Or maybe it was knocked off. Or maybe the batteries ran out. Right, Trite? Shut the fuck up. You're literally on trial. Shut up. Or maybe those little red pinhead-looking lights just stopped working. What could have really happened then? Just at that moment, there was a horrible scream. What do you mean by just at that moment? What do you mean the moment... Do you mean the moment when the red lights went out? Yes, that's right. The scream that you heard then, was it Dahlia Hawthorne? I don't think so. I'm pretty sure it was a man's voice. What? So then that scream came from the killer? It's gotta be it. I think Dahlia Hawthorne must have taken the blade and attacked the killer with it. And the killer let out a scream of pain, After that, the killer stole the blade back and delivered the final blow, I guess. Well, Mr. Wright, it seems to make sense to me. Sounds like a reasonable deduction, but I still kind of wonder. I'm sorry to say this, but that interpretation would create an enormous contradiction. That makes sense. After all, my deductions are almost certainly never correct. Remember the testimony she just gave, before the killer let out a scream. Maya said she had already been splattered by the victim's blood. In other words, the blade and the staff had already been plunged into the victim. Is that right? She couldn't have struck back with the sword that was already stuck in her body. The weapon had caused the killer to let out a scream. There must have been something other than the staff. If you're so sure about that, then don't keep us waiting any longer, Trite. There's only one thing I can think of that could have been used as the weapon here. Dahlia Hawthorne had already been stabbed in the back by the staff. What could she have used to strike back at the killer? The fucking dagger, bro. The dagger still exists. It still existed. Naturally, the dagger the killer brought to the scene of the crime. Oh, that's right. I forgot about that. This dagger was found at the crime scene, stuck to the pine tree. Yes, the detective found that in the morning and brought it to me. Big brain moment! Dahlia Hawthorne struck back at the killer with this, and she managed to wound him as well. Just because he let out a scream doesn't mean he was wounded. For all we know, the blood on the dagger could have been from the victim. Have you forgotten that the blood had already been tested? Since we learned it wasn't the victim's blood, it must have been the killer's blood. The killer must have a wound somewhere on his body. So you're saying the blood on this dagger belongs to the killer? Exactly. The DNA analysis of the blood would prove beyond a shadow of a doubt. And yes, Mr. Godot, it would prove it's your blood. Nice theory, Trite. I mean, I guess you're just gonna have to take off your shirt and prove that you have no wound on you. I'm kidding! I'm kidding. Order in the court. Is this the end? Have I done it? Even he won't be able to change the results of a scientific test. Huh. Let me ask you something, Trite. I heard he got stabbed in the leg. Did he? Let's see them hammies. Let me ask you something, Trite. Let's just say that it turned out I was the killer. Do you really think I would be stupid enough to leave evidence like that? What? Just think for a second. This dagger was found in the morning by a detective and brought to me. There was already blood on it, correct? But even so, I was the one who brought this dagger here to the courtroom. Yes, what does that prove? Well, if I really were the killer, I could have washed the blade and planted another person's blood on it. It can't be. In any case, there's one thing I can guarantee, Trite. That blood doesn't belong to me. Not a chance. What? Wish we could just do the thing that we did, like, in the first game, where we just ran a metal detector over him or some shit. Like, something like that. And it just goes like, well, what are you gonna do? Deny it? Take your shirt off! In any event, it seems to be established that the killer was wounded. All right then, witness, continue your test. Wait a minute! What's the problem? I know I probably shouldn't say this, but there's a big contradiction in Nick's explanation. Maya! This dagger, you said it wounded the killer. That's right. But, if Mr. Godot had really been cut with the dagger, his clothes should be bloody or have a rip in them, right? Right now, you don't think this man has a change of clothes. I need you to be so for real with me right now, please. For the love of God. I just want to be done with this. Please. Maya? Maybe he just changed his clothes? That solved the contradiction pretty easily. What are you talking about? It's not that simple at all. Remember back to the day of the murder. Everyone that was on the inner temple side got trapped there. That's right. And once the bridge was fixed and the police headed for the inner temple, Mr. Godot was already there waiting for them. He never had a chance to change his clothes. Ugh. How do you know he didn't just hide clothes there? Oh. Well, maybe he brought a change of clothes with him. But no one could have predicted the lightning strike that struck down the bridge. Why would anyone have brought a change of clothes? Did the judge just make us... Did the judge take smart pills during the last recess? Well then, maybe the killer took off his clothes before he committed the murder. Oh my god, running around naked is insane. That way you wouldn't get any blood on them. That's literally insane. That's impossible, Trite. You know how cold it gets up there late at night. After a few minutes with no clothes on, you'd be frozen solid. I don't know, this man's pretty ballsy, so... I'm just kidding. Huh. So that's all you've got. I knew you weren't tough enough to finish this. Ugh. Right now, if Mia Fey were here... she would have closed the case... She would have closed the book on this case already. If Mia Fey were here... So come on, Trite, can you do it or not? Fuck no, I can't! Mentally, I am unwell! I mean, Iris is already going to jail for being an accomplice. Might as well just take the blame for going down with the ship. How about it, Mr. Wright? You've accused Mr. Godot of being the killer, but can you prove it? Have you gotten even one piece of evidence? Fuck no, I don't. The question isn't whether I can prove it or not. The fact is, I have to prove it. That's the only choice I have. I was taught that it's one of the rules of being a lawyer. I can prove it. I'm going to bring your magnificent vengeance to fruition, if just as you want it. Huh, that's good. A fighter till the bitter end, Trite. I feel like this is the first time I've heard this song in a while. There's no way they play this is from this game. I feel like this is the first time I've heard this song in a while. Since there's just one piece of evidence that can prove your point, why don't we go for the unlimited penalty? How about I just save first? I love saves coming. Unlimited penalty. Are you trying to pressure me, Mr. Godot? Because it doesn't matter to me. I've got the one piece of evidence I need. Give me a break. You've got nothing, Trite. So what do I do at the time like this? It's simple. I've got to think outside the box and approach this from a different angle. We love a good callback. I think now's the time to save. There's one thing I've demonstrated in the previous cross-examination. The killer was wounded. That was proven by the blood on the dagger. But we've decided it's impossible for him to have hidden such a wound. If it'd been cut by a dagger, there should have been a bloodstain on his clothing. There's one place the killer could have hidden his wound. Oh my god, they stab him in the face? What? OG Pursuit, yep. I was about to say, this is the first time I've heard this song since the first game, isn't it? What did you say? Hidden? This is it, my last stand. I need to think about this from a different angle. I don't need to think about why there was no bloodstains on his clothing. I need to show how he hid the wound. It's the end of the line, the final stop, right? Let's hear what you've got. Now I save. Where's this location you say the killer hid his wound? I don't know. What do I do? Am I doing him? Whoa. Am I clicking him for evidence? That's what the guide says. Huh. I don't know what you're talking about. And frankly, I don't need to know. What do I know? What I do know is that you'll never be a half a lawyer as she was. Isn't that right, Trite? My god! I love this game. What was that just now? Mia? Say it to my face! It can't be. You're living on Through him? Oh my god! Even as we speak, you're still hiding the wound. It's beneath your mask. This is really hitting. This is hitting real hard. This is hitting. Ooh, this is hitting different. This is like, I've never felt so emotionally charged, like, ever, playing these games. Like, holy shit, bro. During the fight, the red lights given off by the killer suddenly disappeared. Seconds later, the killer let out a scream. That's right, your mask went flying off your face. Mr. Godot, would you mind removing your mask? If you have a dagger wound under there somewhere, then I'd say this whole case is solved. Ah! What the fuck just happened? It's like he got shot. Motherfucker's so pissed. His mask just blew off his face. The cup. Just now. I saw her spirit in you. I never liked you. 6 years ago, you helped the woman who put me to sleep by hiding her bottle of poison. And then, while I was sleeping, you let Mia die. But you didn't care. Just kept living your pathetic, happy-go-lucky life. You even had the nerve to follow in her footsteps as a lawyer. I could never forgive you. That's what I thought. Mr. Godot. But I was wrong about you. I knew it from the very beginning. The truth is, the only person I could never find it in my heart to forgive was me. You? Yourself? I was the one that failed to protect Mia. Me and no one else. I tried to avert my eyes from the truth to escape from the harshness of reality. I just couldn't face Mia's death head on, so I ran. I hid behind a mask. I threw away my true name. I couldn't even deal with being a defense attorney anymore, so I quit. But you saved Maya. Yeah, that was my plan. Up until just now, anyway. What do you mean? Are you listening, Maya? If I had really wanted to save you, then there's one person that I should have gone and talked to right away. Who would that be? Are you talking about Nick? But I didn't do it. I tried to get the help of Iris and your mother, but I closed my eyes to the most important man involved. Do you know why? The real reason? No? Why? I suppose I wasn't really interested in saving you at all. Huh? I think I was just trying to salvage what's left of my own broken soul. I was trying to make up for the fact that I couldn't save Mia, nothing more. That's why I let you walk right into a situation that I knew was dangerous. Forgive me. You're wrong. You put your life on the line to save Maya. Was it really for Maya's sake? Even I'm not really sure. What do you mean by that? That night in the darkness of the garden, when I saw her silhouette. A part of me must have known the truth. The truth that it wasn't really Dahlia Hawthorne standing there in front of me. It could have been Misty Faye, or even that little girl. But I still picked up the blade. It was like I was dreaming. I'm not sure exactly what was going on in my mind at that point. Was I really motivated by pure desire to protect Maya Faye? Or was it something else? Was it my hatred for a woman who had stolen everything from me 6 years earlier? Could it have been simply a desire for revenge? And now, I don't know anything anymore. I did learn something today, however. Finally realized that I was the arrogant one. I could have told you that. I mean, I was just chasing an illusion, a fantasy. A stupid fantasy of defeating you in the courtroom. You were the one who made me realize my folly. You never ran away from Mia's death. Instead, you picked up where she left off, as a true defender of the people. In that one moment, I understood everything. Mr. Godot. Stop. I think you already know this, but if you don't, my name is Diego Armando. Mr. Armando, I believe in you. I know you were trying to save me. Holy shit, bro. Holy shit. Holy shit, why am I crying? Oh my god. Fuck. Holy shit, dude. Fuck. Holy shit, why am I crying? Fuck. What the fuck, man? Fuck, bro. If you cry, you stinky. Yeah. Yeah, that one, like... Dude, after all of that, like, it's really like, this isn't even real! They changed his name to Armando. Fuck. They changed his name on here from Godot to Armando. Holy shit, dude. Oh, fuck. Bro, his eyes are already fucked up. I think it just fucked up his eyes more. Oh, man. Bro, I am so fucked up. Fuck. Damn. No cursing? Are you serious? Would it be wrong of me to deny this right now? I don't think I have 15 more minutes. I think this is about the end of the stream anyway. Alexa, set a timer for 15 minutes. Alexa, volume 5. I am so sad right now, bro. Thanks. Your wound. It's bleeding. Did you forget already? In my world, the color red doesn't exist. I hate this man. I hate this man. These must be my tears. Tears? Ever since I woke up from my coma, I think I've been waiting for this very moment. Mr. Armando. You do well to remember this, Maya. The only time a lawyer can cry is when it's all over. I'ma just pull out another tissue. Oh my god. Never did I think I was gonna cry to an Ace Attorney game. What the heck? Oh my god. I can't even curse right now. Dude, this game has me all messed up, dude. Don't cry over Armando. Anyone but Armando. Not happening. I think it's appropriate to say, I think it's over. This time, it really is all over, isn't it? Defendant? Yes, Your Honor? Although you weren't directly involved in the murder, tampering with the body in the scene of the crime is a serious offense in itself. I understand, Your Honor. Mr. Armando explained that to me very carefully. I knew the risk and I willingly cooperated anyway. I wish I could have seen him without the mask. I mean, you kind of did like a little bit ago when he was on the screen. When he was still like originally Diego. Very well. Before I hand down my verdict, is there anything you'd like to say? Yeah, with the scar and stuff would have been really kind of cool though. I would have bawled. No, yeah, because if he would have taken off his mask and you would have seen, like, his face, that would have been it for me. I think that would have literally sent me into a spiral. I'm not even kidding. Well, there is one thing. I'd like to say something to Mr. Wright. I want to apologize to you. Apologize to me? For what? For the case 5 years ago, of course. I just remembered. Weren't you poisoned by your own lover? Not exactly, but yeah, something like that. Even now, 5 years later, I can hardly believe it. She was going to do it. She was planning to kill me. It's not all that surprising. The two of you hardly knew each other. Huh? What do you mean? You and my sister, you only met twice. Huh? We only met twice? First time you met was on that fateful day. The day she poisoned Mr. Armando in the cafeteria of this very courthouse. The next time you met her was 8 months later. You met her again on the day she stole your cold medicine. And Doug Swallow was killed. No way! It can't be true! I mean, during our whole relationship, we were... I hate it here so much, bro. Dude, this game has me so... Why am I crying over an Ace Attorney game? Why? Dude! Oh, God! Holy crap! Oh, my God, bro!
those 8 months, the woman that you thought was Dahlia Hawthorne wasn't actually my sister. Huh? It wasn't Dahlia. I hope one day you can forgive me, Feeny. You mean... That's right. I lied to you for 8 months. Holy crap, dude. Ugh. But why? Why would you do such a thing? Ever since she gave you that bottle that day, my sister was trying to get it back as soon as she possibly could. Because of the police investigation and their surveillance, she couldn't move about freely. So that's why you... My sister, from the beginning, she was prepared for the worst. Prepared for the worst? She thought that you might somehow discover the truth. That's why she was always ready to deal with you at a moment's notice. You mean she was ready to kill me, don't you? She already had so much to answer for. I didn't want any more sins on her soul. I begged her not to do it, and she agreed to give me a chance. And that's why you came to me. You came to get the bottle pendant back from me in her place. But I couldn't get you to give it back. I failed at something even as simple as that. 8 months passed and I still couldn't get it back from you. Finally, my sister couldn't wait any longer. She didn't consult me about her plans for you that day. It was the first time it had ever happened. That was a bit strange, wasn't it? Up until that day, you two were partners in crime and she would confer with you. I think she must have noticed. She noticed what? My feelings for you. If I had found out she was planning to kill you, I would have done whatever was necessary to stop her. Even if it meant her life. Or mine. Iris. After spending those 8 months by your side, my feelings towards you, they changed. I have something to say to you too. Yes? You really are the person I always thought you were. Even after Dahlia Hawthorne was found guilty, I still believed in you. Thank you. How many cups of darkness have I drank over the years? Even I don't know. I'll tell you though. Right now, this one here is the greatest cup I think I'll ever have. That's probably the last one you're gonna have. Dang, dude. Don't you think so, Phoenix Wright? Oh! Yeah, I think you're right. The purpose of this trial was to rule on the murder of the victim, Elise Donham. At some point, I expected you to be tried for your role as an accomplice in this case. I understand, Your Honor. Very well. On the charge of the murder, I hereby find the defendant guilty. Court is now adjourned. I am so mentally unwell. It's insane. I have also been streaming for 6 hours. I am tired. Thank God it's over. So I guess it's all over. The way everything ended, was justice really served? The man who risked his life to save Maya is being sent to prison by my own hand. Of course justice was served. Mia, I'm proud of you, Phoenix. Your defense was truly brilliant. But I couldn't save Mr. Armando, the man who cared so deeply for you. You're wrong, Phoenix. You did save Diego. You saved him in the only way possible. You mean with that verdict? I think one day you'll understand, too. Phoenix, I want you to remember one thing. You were as good out there today as any defense attorney could ever hope to be. There's nothing more you can learn from me.
My heart is in shambles. I'm literally gonna cry again. Mia, you've accomplished something I wasn't able to do. I owe you a great deal. Thank you. Mia, I'm sure we'll meet again someday, Phoenix. I've handled lots of cases and seen lots of things. Oh my god. And along this journey, I found myself asking just one question. What does it really mean to defend someone? I suppose today's case produced one possible answer. Nick. Maya. I guess it's just like my sis said. Mia, what did she say? That night when I channeled Mia to get her advice on what to do, this is what she wrote back in my notebook. Don't worry, Phoenix will save everyone in the end. I can't do this anymore. I literally cannot do this anymore. Alexa, how much time do I have left on the timer?
You have 1 minute and 50 seconds left on the 15-minute timer.
Ah! God! I haven't had this stream this long in a hot minute. Sorry, I have to document this because I think it's so funny. I'm so mentally unwell right now, it's insane. But, come on, cut it out with that gloomy face. Shut up! Shut up! Shut up! Can't you see? Me, Sis, and I'm sure Iris too. We owe you for everything you've done for us, Nick. Maya, how can you be so bright and chipper after all that's happened? You were brutally attacked. You even saw your mother murdered. Ouch! Francisca! Still a softie as always, Phoenix, right? Excellent work, right? Huh? Mr. Edgeworth? When did you get back? Oh, that's right. I guess no one filled her in on that. Oh, yeah. Francisca, Edgeworth and Francisca have actually been helping me. Helping you? If these two hadn't been here on the first day of the trial, the defense wouldn't have gotten anywhere. Wow, but where were you, Nick? I heard he fell into a river and caught a nasty cold which forced him to sleep all day. Yes, he laid in bed shivering with a fever with Iris's hood pulled over his head. Oh, ouch. Talk about embarrassing, Nick. You definitely need more training. Anyway, thank you, Mr. Edgeworth. And you too, Francisca. I don't suppose... Oh, shut the... The timer's up! Alexa, stop! Shut the fuck up! There's room in this group hug for me, is there? Oh, Larry! What's with the, longer than usual face? I realized something when I was reborn. I realized that Larry was never of any use to anyone, not even once. That's not true, right, Nick? What? You're asking me? Well, Nick, is it true? I've got a place in this world, right? Huh? Oh, yeah, of course. I knew it. Everyone would be better off if I were gone for good. No. Oh yeah. Those portraits you painted, they were really good. Isn't that right, Edgeworth? What? Me? Are you making that face? Huh, Edgy? Oh, well, yes, indeed. I certainly can't say that I lack resemblance. Do you really mean it? How about you, Francie? Did I draw you well, too? Ah, my beauty can't possibly be captured by a mere crayon. Nevertheless, I recognize the effort you put into it, and that's worth something. So then you'll do it? Like you promised? You're going to model for my next picture book, Francie's Whippity... Ah! Don't get carried away. Well, how about that? I guess painting portraits is the only thing I'm good at. Painting of Pearl was pretty darn good too, if you ask me. Huh? Now that you mention it, I haven't seen her around. Pearls, where could she have gone? Normally she would have made a beeline for Maya. Oh, I'll go look for her. Be right back. Hey, Pearly! Right. You seem to be uncharacteristically puzzled. I suspect you were wondering how Maya can be so cheerful despite all that happened. Yeah. To be honest, I can't understand it either. Francisca. That's right, she lost her father fairly recently as well. I think I understand how she feels. Maya is a much wiser person than she appears. I think she realizes something. Now is exactly the time when she needs to be as strong as she can. What do you mean by now is exactly the time? Maya wasn't the only one that was badly wounded by this incident. In fact, there was someone that was hurt far more deeply than she. I believe it's for that person that Maya is trying her best not to cry. Someone who was hurt more deeply than Maya? Edgeworth, I think I'm starting to understand, too. Ow! Then tell me, Phoenix Wright. Who is Maya Fey being strong for? Oh, y'all are just dumb as hell. Pearl Fey? Poor kid, after all, the reason she worked so hard to follow the instructions was because she loved and believed in her mother, Morgan. It's all for the good of the Fey clan. I'm sure she believed every last word. She thought she was doing it for Maya, that's why she was so happy. Are they a cute ship, though? Armando and Maya? No. 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 You gotta remember, like, Maya is, like, 19, and Diego was, like... I don't even remember how old he is now. I can't even remember. But the man's, like, in his, like, 30s. He would be in his, like, 30s now, I believe. Yeah. You gotta remember, Diego was in love with Mia, and that's why. That's why he was so protective of Maya. Like, remember that. This was not because he was in love with her. Let's remember this. It shows how truly devoted she is to Maya. But it's a cruel irony that it was her exuberance that led to this tragedy. Maya Fey's mother was killed and Maya herself was put into the deepest peril imaginable. And that's exactly why Maya is putting on a brave face. She's doing it for Pearl's sake, until she can see her smile again. Oh my god! Gumshoe! Oh hey, so this is where you all are. Well, looks like we've got quite a bunch- Youch! What's that for, sir? Sorry about that, Scruffy. My whip just seems to have a mind of its own. What's up, Detective Gumshoe? Oh, you know, this and that. Anyway, congrats on your win. Let's go out tonight, pal. Dinner's on me. My salary's just sort of kind of gone down by a teeny weeny bit, but it's all right. I made reservations at a first-class French restaurant tonight. Ah! Pretty good work, Scruffy. That whip was your reward. Detective Gumshoe? You said a first-class French restaurant. You don't mean... Très bien. Where else? I knew it. We're doomed. Come on, let's go, everyone. Can't keep Maggie waiting, pal. Hey, you, crybaby, you're invited too. Oh, forget about me. Pearl and I will be at the loser shack eating potatoes. You know, Maya is taking an awfully long time to get back. She's still out looking for pearls. Oh, Maya, what's wrong? Nick, what do I do? Pearlie, I can't find her anywhere. Huh? She just went back home. That's all. I thought so too, but... So I called the village. But no one's heard from her. This has never happened before. As I figured, she has been badly hurt by this incident. She feels responsible for the tragedy that's befallen you, Maya. But none of this was her fault. What should I do? Detective Gumshoe? Yeah, what is it, pal? Could you guys go on ahead? But what about you? Maya and I we'll join you guys once we find pearls. Nick? Don't worry about us, Detective Gumshoe. We may be a little late, but we'll definitely be there. We have a lot of celebrating to do tonight, and I wouldn't miss it for the world. Yeah, but you're the... Ah! Very well, Phoenix Wright. We'll go on ahead. Don't keep us waiting, right? We won't. But where should we look? Where could have Pearlie have gone? Let's go, Maya. There's only one place I can think of that pearls might have gone to. That's not where I thought she was going, actually. I'm not kidding. Asakura Temple. The pearls? I bet this is a very important place. After all, it's where this whole incident started. What's this? You're all back again so soon? Sister Bikini? I thought we'd be eating mashed potatoes alone tonight. So she's here? Pearlie is here? She's in the training hall. Why don't you hurry along and go see her? Okay. Pearlie's not here. Ah. Maya, the hanging scroll. Ah. Someone cleaned it off. It's gotta be pearls. Ah! Mystic Maya! But Pearlie! Why did you just leave like that? Mystic Maya. Mystic Maya! I swore that I would never trouble the two of you ever again. Because it's all my fault that Mystic Maya's mother. That's why you came here? The least I could do to pray for your happiness. You don't have to do that, Pearlie. It wasn't your fault. You didn't do anything wrong. Of course I'm sad that my mother is gone, but how do I say this? I'm still happy. You don't have to lie just to make me feel better. No, really. It's true. The only reason I'm still here is all thanks to everyone who was there for me. My sis, my mother, Mr. Armando, Nick, and you. If even one of you weren't there, I'm sure I wouldn't be alive right now. That's why I have to be strong. For all the people that were there for me when I needed them. That's all I can really do. Mystic Maya. I'm impressed. You truly are the daughter of Mystic Misty. Sister Bikini. Your mother, Mystic Misty, was a strong woman indeed. I want to tell you what she said to me that night. After dishonoring the great name of Karine, I don't have the right to face my daughter. But still, Maya's always in my thoughts. It's true, she'll always be with me until the day I die. Your spirit was with her. That's why your mother was so strong. Even at the end, I'm sure she had no regrets. She'll always be with me till the day I die, huh? There's a rule or something all masters are to follow, isn't there? To never take the charm off until the day you die?
That's the Master's talisman.
Thing that Misty kept by her heart and would never take off. It wasn't the container that was important. Rather, it was its contents.
That's...
a photo? I'm gonna cry again, aren't I?
Mother.
They're gonna show the fucking photo and I'm gonna cry. It's only natural for living creatures to fight to protect their own lives. But what makes us human is that we fight for others. But who did you fight for? How hard must you fight? That's the true measure of what human life is worth. We defense attorneys are warriors who are constantly challenged by that question. Well, I'm just gonna cry my eyes out again. Even when the battle is over and the bonds that connected us are severed, we always return, time and time again. Mia, Maya, Pearls, Mr. Armando, and Maya's mother, too. I learned that from all of them. Well, shall we get going? Everyone is waiting. This is a day to remember. A day when a lot of things were finally put to rest. I think we should celebrate that what we've overcome today.
But I still can't...
Oh, go on, sweetie. You can come back for training anytime.
Okay.
All right. I'm going to make a brand new start, too. Sister Bikini, I'll be back for more training. I promise. I know, and I won't go easy on you just because you're the future master. I'll make sure to prepare reservations for three when you come back. All right, we're going to have a great feast today, Pearly. You know why? Because training is a battle of endurance.
Okay, Mystic Maya. I'll eat lots and lots of food tonight.
You know, there's one thing I don't get, and probably don't want to, but... What is it, Nick? Reservations for training is fine and all, but why for 3? Come on, what do you think? You're one of us, Nick. Next time you can train right alongside us. Huh? I'll be waiting for you. Sister Bikini will take special care of you. Huh? Huh? It'll be great, Nick. We're going to do the special course naturally. Huh? Huh? Huh?
That's a great idea. After all, Mr. Nick, you'd do anything for Mystic Maya, wouldn't you? Even walk on hot coals, right?
We'll have a nice big meal before we come next time, right, Nick? You know, I was wondering if I could just say one little thing. Sure, of course you can.
Oh, I love this part. I can't wait to hear it.
I'm getting goosebumps too. Well then, here goes nothing. Damn. Oh man. I really didn't think that the end of this game was gonna make me cry at all. But holy shit, man. I really just like I really didn't think that this was gonna make me cry, like, at all. Like, that was like the most like amazing, like, that was the ending. That was the ending, bro. Man, oh man. There's just something like about that last case that like really did it. You know? Like it had like everything that I ever wanted. It had callbacks. There were characters that I love that came back, characters that I love that were a part of the case, and just it really just kind of like everything I felt it needed to be in a way. Like I would not have asked for anything different. Like a 3-part trial is nuts. But I could not have. Like I really just could not have like asked for anything better. For Godot to be, sorry, Diego. For Diego to end up being the murderer. I know. Crazy, isn't it, Kirby? But it's just, it literally was like, it felt like in a way it all came like full circle. You know? That was really good. I'm very excited to play Investigations. I'm very excited to play, I'm excited to play the Apollo Justice trilogy. So, I know, you're tired, you want to go to bed. But man, I genuinely cannot believe that made me cry. I can't. Can I skip this or do I have to watch all of this? I really want to skip this. Can I please skip this? Man. Oh man. I'm just waiting for the credits to be done. Like I've run out of shit to say, but from like the very beginning, like this game just is so good. This game is very good. I do gotta go back on my while that we do that, let me pull up the where is it? It's a tier list time. That's what we're doing. Oh, voices. Period. I want to watch this part. Oh, that's my baby. Period. Period. That's my baby right there. That's my baby right there. Oh. Period. That's my other baby right there. I love everybody. Everyone is just great. Except for this bitch. You can go rot in hell. You can just go rot in a ditch real quick. I don't care. Yes, Kirby, I know. Oh, were we done bringing up voices? Okay, I don't remember what my last ranking was. I don't know what she's yapping about. I was not paying attention. Okay. So I'm gonna do my original ranking. And I might change some stuff.
Aww. Aww. Oh, I just got two. I just got 2 achievements. Bridge to Turnabout. Clear episode 5. Oh. Clear episode 5 of Phoenix Wright Ace Attorney. Trials and Tribulations. And a lawyer only cries once it's over. Clear all of Phoenix Wright Ace Attorney trilogy. I am part of the 12.5% of players that have this achievement. Man. Alright, let me finish my ranking real fast. Oh, hold on. Let me just crop this real quick. Where is it? Come on. Okay, you know what? You're just gonna have to live with seeing the game in the background. I don't care. Ugh. Okay, let me finish putting this, and then I will pull up the... Okay, so this is what I have. I'm pulling up the rest of the... I'm trying to do what I had before. Okay. I think we'll just leave it at that. Okay, so this is what the, like, tier list looked like in terms of what the things were called. I had this at mid at best. Pretty damn good. Would rather not do these again. Absolute best favorite cases. Pretty damn good. Mid at best. I might change these around so these are not for sure. Pretty damn good.
Absolute worst. Nah. Absolute best cases. Okay, and then these are what we did before, and the rest of these I have not played yet. So we're just doing the ones from the third game. Before I do anything else, I probably want to move some of these around. 100% love the DL6 one. I love that case. The final case of the second game, I love that one very much. I think I want to keep those up there. I think I want to keep this in this order. I hated the circus one. That's why that one. This is the circus case. I've done the Steel Samurai one so many times that I just don't want to do it anymore. And then the original case with Maggie Bird in it. I don't know. That's what I would say mid at best. I don't want to say I would rather not do it again, but I mean, I don't, but it's still a rather like alright case. And then it feels like forever since I did these ones, so I feel like I need to and then this one 3-1 was the case. What was the original case? I need to like look this up again. Five years before the events of the game, with the section of turnabout beginnings, a young college student named Phoenix Wright is accused of murdering a pharmacy student called Doug Swallow at Ivy University, still struggling with the undisclosed traumatic incident that occurred during her first trial a year before. Rookie defense attorney Mia Fey takes on Wright's case. Okay, so this is the one that had Marvin Grossberg in it. That one I think was mid at best, if I can remember. I did like it. I think I want to put it at pretty damn good. I don't remember. Oh, yeah. It is mentioned. Wright then leaped onto the stand, declaring that Dolly would never do something for the bailiff dragged him off the stand. At that moment, Grossberg returned with the police report of the incident shown in Faye's newspaper clipping. The police report detailed that on August 27th, Dahlia had been a suspect in a poisoning of defense attorney Diego Armando, who had been Faye's boyfriend. He had ingested poison that had been slipped into his coffee in the courthouse cafeteria because no poison had been found on Hawthorne. However, she had been allowed to go free. I like literally forgot about that. That it was that was the first time it was mentioned. I think I want to put it at pretty damn good. I'm going to put it like right at the end though. The first one that involved Godot. This one I think was pretty good. I don't think I want to put it at mid at best. I did like the stolen turnabout one. I just did not really care for Ron Delight. I think that was it. I think I want to put it at mid at best. I kind of want to say it's mid at best, but only because I just really didn't care. I just thought a couple of the characters in the trial were annoying as fuck. I might put it like right at the top though. I don't want to say really it's mid at best. However, the next one definitely is mid at best. Recipe for Turnabout, I think, was definitely mid at best. I think if I did, I would put it right here. I kind of want to put this. I'm gonna put this up here. I feel like I should move like a category in here. I don't know. I don't want to put it in pretty damn good. But I thought it was pretty damn good. I'm gonna leave it at mid at best. They're both mid at best. They're both good cases. Now this one, the Turnabout Beginnings, is really good. I like that one. I think I want to put that in pretty damn good. I'm gonna put that above 3-1 though. And this one, absolute best cases. I think I want to put that up here. I almost want to say it beats the fucking Turnabout, whatever that is, from the first game. But that is like my all-time like favorite case, for real. No, I do like this case a lot. This was a really good ass case. I'm shocked to say that it beats it. Turnabout Goodbyes. That's what it is. I'm ashamed to say. I'm ashamed but not ashamed to say that this definitely like beats. This definitely beats Turnabout Goodbyes. I gotta say it does. Cause this had like everything I think I've wanted. You know? Yeah, I think I'll settle on that. Anyway, now that I'm depressed as fuck and tired, been streaming for almost 7 hours. When I said I wanted to do it all, I really should have not done that, but it's okay. Now we're done with the game. And next week, we can play the Danganronpa game. So, we will come back to this, and I will, you know, do more. This Wednesday, I will not be streaming. So we're gonna have to wait until next Wednesday. Because I will not be in town. But yeah, I really don't have anything else to say. It was a good stream. I don't think I've ever been so emotional in a hot minute, and I don't think, I did not think that this game would make me emotional. The ending of this would make me that emotional, but it did, so I'll give it that. I will see y'all probably Friday. Let me see. Yeah, I will probably, if not, I will just see everyone next Monday. I think that's probably when it's gonna be. We'll be playing the Eden's Garden Chapter 1. I'll be playing it just like how I did with Danganronpa by doing certain parts. I think it'll probably be in about like 2 to 3 parts, more than likely. So yeah. If not. Probably gonna stream on Friday, but just keep an eye out on Twitter. I will post and let y'all know if we do or don't. It's been a long night. I want to go to bed. So either Friday or Monday. So bye stream. Bye stream. Bye stream. Bye stream. Bye.